Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for October 20th, 2020. My name is Carrie Marnick. I'm the chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I just need to read a few notes for the record. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, the town of Northborough has been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda, by tuning into cable access television government channels, Verizon Channel 30 or Charter Channel 192, or by visiting the town's website and going to the Department of Cable Access Television and click What's Playing Live. If you're on a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. I'd like to confirm that the board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard by stating the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. So I have Millie Milton.
Aye, present.
Okay. Anthony Zayden.
Present.
Michelle Gillespie.
Here.
Okay. And Amy Pretsky.
Here.
Great. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. So we have Bob Federico.
Here.
And Fred Litchfield.
Here.
Okay, great. Let's see, just for a couple of ground rules to conduct an effective and clear conduct of the meeting business. The chair will cover the ground rules for effective and clear conduct of the meeting business as follows. The chair will invite each speaker on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for any comments. We do not have executive session this evening. If technical difficulties arise, the chair will suspend the meeting while attempts to resolve are made. Any disconnections and reconnection of the board members should be accurately reflected in the minutes. So with that, we will get started with our meeting tonight. And first on our agenda, we have the continued public hearing for 0 Bartlett Street special permit for groundwater protection overlay district bylaw and special permit site plan approval. So what I will do is bring over the applicants. Let's see. I think Dave Robinson, Israel Lopez, and Mark Donahue. Did I bring everybody over? Oops, I don't see.
Can't see anybody. Don't know if you can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you. I wonder, hold on, let's see. And they're not panelists, so let's see. Maybe it's just talking. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I see. 1 second, guys. There we go. There we go. And then Israel. Okay, so let's see. So I have Mark, I can see. I don't see, oh, and Robert, you must be as well. Okay. So I only see Mark, but Israel, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, and oh, there we go. And there's Robert, and then Dave Robinson. Can you hear us? Oops, there you are. Okay, great. We have everybody. Okay, welcome. So we recently received some materials on our last, during our last hearing. We had a couple of items that we talked about getting further information on, and that included information about the snow removal plan, the traffic, the driveway, and then one other question about changing the size of the plan. We received a couple of PDFs yesterday. I don't know if the applicant prefers to start with one or the other or speak to it.
Sure, if I might, Madam Chair, Mark Donahue on behalf of the applicant.
Sure.
You're accurate as to the summary from the October 6th meeting. We were asked specifically to ask VHB through Rod Nagy to evaluate, instead of a warehouse, any impacts of traffic for a so-called distribution facility, with a concern that some of the approach with a warehouse use had been conservative. Related to traffic, we were asked to evaluate the driveway point at Bartlett Street to see if there was a way to further discourage or preclude truck traffic from being able to, in some fashion, make a left into the site or a right out of the site, which would take them back up to on Bartlett Street by the high school up to Route 20. And then with regard to the snow storage, there were specific questions about the compliance of the plan with DEP guidelines. So you do have those materials available. Mr. Nagy's report is fairly voluminous because it includes a fair amount of background information. So with your permission, I'm going to ask him to at least summarize that in some detail, because it's a fair question as to, and I know it's a question that's come up during public comment, a concern about a distribution facility or fulfillment center in some fashion. So I'd like him to be able to review that with you, and he can also then segue into the driveway discussion.
Perfect. Did you want to share your screen, Robert?
I don't have anything to share at this point, but when we get to the driveway, I think it's worthwhile to share the screen.
Sure.
When we get into that discussion. I just wanted to give a quick summary, I guess, of the memo. We submitted it last week, and it basically outlines for the board's and public's information how traffic generation for developments are predicted, how they're estimated. It talks a little bit about how reiterates how we ended up projecting traffic for this particular development. It talks a little bit about the subcategories of warehousing that I think the board wanted to get a little bit more information on, as opposed to just a generic warehouse. Provides a little bit of a comparison and an analysis of one of the higher intensity warehouse uses that could go into the site potentially. And then talks a little bit about how that might change some of our findings and recommendations. So I'll walk you through that very quickly. We as traffic engineers, when we estimate traffic, we are bound for the most part to use a manual that's called the Trip Generation Handbook or Manual, published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, MassDOT, MEPA. Most communities, if not all communities in the Commonwealth and elsewhere, typically require and use that source of information as the basis for projecting traffic impacts or traffic generation for a particular development. Trip Generation has a bunch of generic land use codes, so we try to match up the land use that's being discussed with a land use that matches one of the descriptions that's in the handbook. Typically, we use a generic use. In this particular case, warehouse is what we ended up using because that was what the project was presented to us as. And the book goes into other categories as well. It has, residential, and that gets broken down into single family units, single family houses, apartments, et cetera. So you've had subcategories that come off of those generic uses. In this particular case here, I think the board was asking, and some of the public was asking, what other uses under the warehousing category, could there be for a project like this? And ITE in the Trip Generation Manual breaks it down into a bunch of smaller subcategories, specifically warehousing. What they do is they go into, like I said, warehousing is a generic use, and then high cube warehousing, which is what this project typically looks like. And there's different subcategories of high cube warehousing. The first is short-term storage and transload centers. Short-term storage is defined by ITE as a land use that primarily functions for the consolidation. Oh, okay, there you go.
I'll bring it up for you. Yep,
Thank you.
easier.
So it breaks it down into the consolidation of goods. You know, you might bring pallets in there that get broken down and then redistributed. It might be something like what I typically envision as a warehouse, where you bring something in, you break it down, you put it away for a little while, and then it comes back out when you need it. You know, there's sometimes they have mechanical stuff inside the buildings to help move some of those goods around. And that typically covers a building size that's anywhere from, say, 200,000, 240,000 up to like 1,000,000 square feet of warehousing. That particular use, and you can see it here on the screen that's in front of you, is the middle column. That actually generates less traffic than what the land use that we assumed was going to go into this place, which is, like I said, again, a generic warehouse type use. There's less involvement of trucks going in and out and employees going out, particularly during the morning and evening rush hours, because it's not dependent on rush hours. It's more dependent on just when trucks and access want to come and vehicles want to come to the site, which is usually off peak because they don't want to get caught in the congestion of the traffic. The second use is high cube, and it's parcel hub centers. That's typically like a UPS or a FedEx type facility where you're bringing in parcels in larger trucks. They get broken down into smaller trucks and then distributed to neighboring areas around the facilities. A parcel hub warehouse can run anywhere from 220,000 square feet up to 360,000 square feet from a size wise. So it's a little bit bigger than what this project is being proposed as. They typically like to have truck storage provided on the site so that those vehicles can get turned over in the morning and they can be distributed out. Again, this particular site that we're talking about here doesn't necessarily match up with that, but we wanted to show you what it could be if for some reason there was, as I think, Chair, you had mentioned before, what is the high end of the bracket on traffic generation for this? The other site, the other use we didn't really consider is a fulfillment center. And I think there's a lot of buzz around the world right now with sort of the Amazon approach to distributing traffic, distributing goods. Fulfillment centers are broken up into two different kinds of uses. One is the storage and distribution centers. Those are typically 1,000,000 square foot buildings where they have all their typical goods stored inside there. They take those trucks and they distribute them out to the different roadways. This obviously clearly as a 1,000,000 square foot building is not what we're proposing, not what this project would match up and look like in any way, shape, or form. So we somewhat discounted that use as it's not applicable in this particular case because of the very different looks. So the trip generation summary that you see in front of you is essentially the breakout of how we looked at this. We looked at the column on the left, warehousing from the traffic study. It's 151,000 square foot warehouse building. And the numbers that we included in our traffic study are, as you see there, there's 43 morning peak hour trips, 46 evening peak hour trips, and over the course of the day, about 280, 285 trips coming in and out of the facility. If we were to categorize this project as a short-term storage transload type facility, there'd be less traffic coming in and out than what we assumed here. And then so that would be the lower end I would define for the board is what this project could generate. On the higher end, if a parcel hub type use could be found that wanted the layout that this building represents, you see the column on the far right there would be represented. It'd be about 2 to 2.5 times more traffic coming in and out of this facility during the morning and evening rush hours, commuter hours, I should say, than what we've assumed in our study. Again, there's a lot of reasons why that probably isn't going to happen. First and foremost is the Parcel Hub Center typically likes to have loading docks on 2 different sides of the building, not just one side. And in this particular case here, you've got a project that's providing not just loading on one side of the building, but only on half of that one side of the building. The rest would be, but to sort of play devil's advocate, if you will, we did include that and we did run the analysis for a higher traffic generator, like a parcel hub type center. If you if you scroll down, there's actually, I think, or up, I think there's actually pictures in the memo of what those facilities might look like, and I won't get into those. That's actually the picture right there is the Parcel Hub Center in Northborough. If you drive down Lyman Street, probably about a quarter mile, maybe half a mile, and you turn off onto a short little quiet road, probably isn't too quiet because there's Beaman Street. You got Beaman Road, and there's a facility there, and you can see there's got access for trucking on both sides of the building, and it's got parking around it, and flow can come in and out of that facility. And I think to some degree, a lot of the truck traffic that the neighborhood and the town sees coming in and out of that area is generated by this and some of the other developments that exist down there, which again aren't the exact same land use that's being provided here. That all said, and there's the Amazon fulfillment facility, which is located down in Fall River, New Bedford, Massachusetts. It's zoomed back so far you can't really see it, but there is literally about 700 trucks parked on that site in surrounding a 1 million square foot building, and I think we can all agree that that's not what we're proposing here for that. And then again, if you scroll up, there's just the description of the transload facility right there, but there's a picture that went along. So what we did with that information is we took the higher traffic generator, the Parcel Hub use, and we added that into the traffic network that we had previously developed. Now, the traffic network, as we mentioned before, includes all the background developments that were identified through discussions with the town. It includes probably 7 or 8 different projects that are either yet to be built or are vacant in the area. And we included that in our analysis. And we then took the higher traffic generation for the Parcel Center, added it onto the roadway system, assuming that there were no turn restrictions at the driveway, so that the traffic would go where we believe it wants to go without any restriction, which means that some of the traffic is going to turn right out of the driveway, some of it's going to turn left, and some of it's going to arrive and depart in those directions. And we analyzed the different intersections out there to see if there was any tangible, noticeable difference in the operations. What we found as we went through this was that there was a slight increase in delay, particularly at the Lyman Street, Bartlett Street intersection. But interestingly, you might recall when I first presented to the board, there was a question as to whether or not the intersection of Lyman Street and Bartlett Street warranted the need for a traffic signal. And at the time when we first looked at it, with the lower traffic generation numbers, it was right on the cusp of meeting the requirements for a traffic signal. That doesn't mean you have to put a traffic signal in there, but it just says that you're just below the need to put a traffic signal back into that location that may end up having some benefits to traffic flow in that area. Well, with the higher traffic generator that we analyzed, the Parcel Hub type center, in addition to all the additional background traffic that we included into our network, we determined that there actually is at build out the need for a traffic signal at that location. So I think that's an important difference, that should this project generate at a higher level than what was originally assumed in our warehousing generic use, and you include the background traffic from all the other projects that are potentially planned and permitted to come in out here, that intersection could meet the warrant for a traffic signal. It does meet the warrant for a traffic signal. And at that point in time, we then turn it back over to the town to decide how do you want to approach that? That's something that the town wants to see there. Is a traffic signal a good idea? Is it not a good idea? And what would be the mechanism for ending up having that traffic signal advanced beyond just the theoretical idea and put into place? So that's the summary of the traffic memo that we ended up pulling out and just submitting to the board. I hope that was relatively short and clear, but I wanted to make sure that you understood where some of the differences were in the low end, where the high end was, and where we ended up selecting the warehouse use that we think most accurately represents what's going to go into this particular facility. And we as traffic engineers still continue to believe that that's the right traffic numbers, but should it be a higher traffic generator, there is the need potentially for some additional infrastructure improvements in the area. That said,
So just quick, go ahead.
No, I was going to move on to the driveway discussion, but if you have a question about this.
Oh, yeah. Just quick clarification for the background developments. Did you also moderate them at different levels, or are they still at the warehouse level in your comparisons?
No.
So when I look at this is purely just this
Yep.
particular property, but not the impact if everybody, so I don't think there are tenants at the 330, 350. So if everybody did a parcel hub center, we don't have that information here.
No. And again, those weren't what was proposed for those projects. Again, those were generic warehousing uses. So we took the same approach with them as we took with us. That those projects we assumed would be warehousing type uses unless they were specifically marketed else. While I think there was one project that was half office, half warehousing. So in that particular case, we broke it out between the two different uses there. The 300, I believe it's 300, 301 Bartlett, which is there today, but it's vacant for the most part. It's another project that's probably right next to the proposed project. We modeled that using the same column on the left there, the warehousing type land use, not the higher end. But again, the project,
Okay.
yeah. So this project's impacts, whether they're the lower end, the middle end, or the high end, the impacts themselves are relatively consistent with I won't say minimal, because I do know that there's some questions about the level of impact. But this particular project here, the roadway infrastructure that's out there today, from a capacity perspective, can handle it with the minor adjustment that I won't say minor, but the adjustment that I mentioned before, which was the traffic signal being put at that one particular location.
Okay. Do you mind if I see if the board has any questions before you move on while it's fresh in everybody's head?
Sure, and I can certainly talk a little bit, like I mentioned, about the driveway design as well.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have questions about what was just presented or what you read as part of the memo?
I have some questions.
Sure. Do you want me to keep the screen up for you, Melly? Is that helpful or no?
That might be helpful for one of my first questions. Just out
Okay.
of curiosity, one of the things that I noticed, and I don't know if it's clarified in here, but some of the data that you used came from the traffic study from the 9th edition, which was 2013. And then some of the data came from the newer edition, the 10th edition study, which was 2016 or?
I think it was like 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was more recent. Was there a reason for the differences in which studies were used for what numbers, or just?
So the 9th edition, which was the one that we used originally, I believe with it, didn't really change between 9th edition and 10th edition for the generic warehouse type use. What ITE did was they ended up going out, because they had heard several comments from the public that there are different kinds of warehousing that's out there, and in their 10th edition updated that. I actually included in this memo, and I believe a resident also had brought it to the board's attention as well. There's an ITE paper that was issued, I believe in 2018.
Yeah.
Talked about the different kinds of warehouses that exist out there, to which VHB, our company, and one of my colleagues was a co-author of. We ended up using that to sort of help describe the different uses out there and the different types of warehousing that could go. That paper actually is really well written, and it was brought into the 10th edition because there were so many questions. There's not a lot of data supporting it, but it does provide, I think there's only like 3 or 4, in many cases, 3 or 4 different locations that were gathered and used in the study to help create that the traffic generation estimates for those sub-uses.
Okay.
But it does provide a really good explanation and description of the different types of warehousing uses that are out there, both from a size perspective.
I found that helpful. I have a couple more questions on the type of vehicle study that you guys originally did. Did that account for the breakdown in the types of vehicles, cars, trucks, tractor trailers, buses, or was it just vehicles in general?
So when we go out and we gather traffic, baseline traffic out there, we gather the traffic and break it out into 5 different types of uses. The first is your typical passenger car. The second is a small box type truck. The third is some sort of tractor trailer truck, whether it be a short 40-foot truck or up to 63-foot truck. We break out pedestrians, bicyclists, motorcyclists, and I think that's it. Those are the major classes of vehicles. So we gather that information, and when we plug that information into our models, we plug it in almost exactly as we counted it from a percentage perspective to make sure that what we're representing in our models is exactly what we counted out there. I think it's also important to note that we did these counts last year pre-COVID, so they weren't influenced by the shutdown.
Mhm.
They were done in October of last year, not this year. And I think we can all agree that the traffic numbers are all over the place right now when it comes to peak hour numbers. So what we've based our numbers on is pre-COVID numbers with the hopes, frankly, that we'll get back to those multiple times in sometime in the near future.
So that wasn't a breakdown that we actually got. Like, what's the number of school buses that are going down there, or what's the number of semis or tractor trailers? We didn't get that though, did we?
It's contained in the bowels of the appendix materials in that first traffic study.
Okay.
When we did our traffic counts, and this is the original study, it's not included in this one, this update here. In the original study, I think there's 200 and something pages of appendix materials.
Okay.
Included in that is the breakout of the different volumes of cars, passenger vehicles, trucks, buses, all that sort of
Okay.
stuff.
On these counts, when you do the daily counts, it's generally a Monday through Friday, so there's no real assessment for Saturday or Sunday traffic, or no, that's not at all included. Is that correct?
So typically what we try to do is we try to analyze the peak periods and from there analyze, does the roadway infrastructure have the ability to carry the traffic loadings from the background traffic as well as this development? And what we've typically found is that the morning and evening rush hours, particularly in this environment here, where you've got heavy commercial area to your east in Marlboro and certainly along Bartlett Street, and you've got a heavy residential population to the west in the area, as well as the school-related traffic.
Yeah.
What we try to do is we try to analyze those weekday morning and evening rush hours to determine if there's enough capacity and if the roadway's designed in a way that can carry the additional traffic loadings.
Okay.
Weekend traffic generally is significantly less out here.
Challenge that.
If we thought it was going to be heavier, we would have recommended looking at Saturday conditions.
Okay. No, I just know that as when they ask for a percentage of what percentage will this increase, if you add in weekend traffic, it could be misconstrued as increasing it by less.
Agreed. No, in this particular case here, we're looking at our traffic loadings, which is about 43 to 45 cars if you use the original assumptions, to the higher numbers to 100, 125. You're at the end of the day, you're looking at probably a 1 to 2% increase in traffic loadings along the roadway associated with the particular project that we're talking about.
Yeah, the only thing that I would want to comment on is that when I added up all of the other projects that are already approved and haven't yet started to come on board, it does add a significant amount to the peak traffic when you add them all up.
It does. It does.
This is on the smaller scale, but adding them all up, it's a lot.
I don't disagree with you on that. Those are projects that we had to take into account because they were already planned and permitted by the communities, and they are considered background projects. They don't directly impact this project, but so we just analyze what our impacts will be.
Sure.
On top of those.
Yep. And one more quick question is when you guys do that, the daily trips, you're calculating that on a 24-hour basis, even though, or an 8-hour basis?
It's calculated on a 24-hour basis. And again, it's an average of a number of different facilities, some that operate at 24 hours a day, some that operate within a confined, morning to evening type operation. So what we look at is this is an average. Okay. It's an above average, I should state. We don't look at the average. What IT produces is not just the average number; it's an above average number. But it gives us a range for assuming what the daily number will likely be. whether that's over 24 hours, over 8 hours, or however long the business is open is, not how we analyze it.
That was it for me.
Any other questions from board members?
I just had a
while
quick
we're on this?
question. I just have a quick one. You might not see me,
Sure,
Carrie.
Amy. Yeah, I didn't, but
My
okay.
question is for Fred, actually, or Bob. And he talked about the possibility of a traffic light at Lyman and the town would have to look at it. Who usually pays for a traffic light? I was just, Northborough Crossing had one put in but the other one I think might have been paid by the town or the state. I was wondering who generally pays for the traffic lights? If Bob or Fred are there.
I'm here. In the case of the Wegmans Plaza at Northborough Crossing, there
Yeah.
was a requirement for the traffic lights to be installed by the developer on Route 20 as part of their state highway permit and MIPA. There was then a light requested for the intersection of Starbucks and Burger King inside on the driveway. That was also paid for by the developer and connected through some new technology to the light on Route 20 coming in. And then the approval of that site plan had a clause in there that after a year or two of operation of the site, if the second driveway closer to Davis Street met the warrants for a traffic signal, the applicant at the time was required to put in the traffic signal there. The initial assumption was that it wouldn't meet the warrants. They did put in the conduits when they were rebuilding the road and adding the driveway. And then lo and behold, a couple of years later, it did meet the warrants and they were required as part of their original permit to install the traffic light. So that was paid for by the developer on each of those occasions.
I'm just wondering if we should consider that too for this, if we go forth, depending on what the board decides, because, this is the smaller warehouse, but Gutierrez has built all the warehouses on the street combined. So even though this is one of the last ones, it might be something, if needed, like you said, a condition, if it was needed in the future, it would be part of the plan.
It may be something that you could discuss with the applicant.
Okay. And the second question I had was, I did watch the earthworks the other night, and it was mentioned that there were people looking at 330 and 350 Bartlett. And we talked with the traffic study that we didn't know what would be there, but there are tenants that are looking at it. I was wondering if you or Bob knew who the tenants were or what type of business. Is it a warehouse or a parcel hub? I didn't know if you knew, just to give an idea of what type of tenant was looking. Doesn't have to be.
That's not for me to say, but perhaps Israel would like to explain what they have for discussions, because I don't believe anything is permitted at this point yet as far as the actual occupation of the building. I don't know. Perhaps Bob or Israel.
I guess I was interested because we talked about the traffic study and how they didn't think that there would be a parcel hub center up on the big parcels. So I was interested in what type of tenant was actually looking at the big parcels. What type of tenant?
Okay, I see Bob waving his hand. Bob, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I do. Nobody's looking at those buildings anymore. Amazon is going in. Both buildings. They're fully permitted for the building and all the other things they're doing to the property to get them up and running. They're on a fast track. They are going to be more of a short-term storage and transload center as opposed to a parcel hub center. That's the way it's been described to me in terms of their processes. But that is what they are intending on doing. I don't have any kind of account on trucks or vehicles coming or leaving that property.
What property was that again?
330, 350 Bartlett Street. The two big warehouses on the hill.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
Okay. All right, I guess I was trying to see who it was to take into consideration the traffic and the light and all that. All right, thanks.
Any other questions from you, Amy? Anthony, do you have questions?
I have another just quick question
Oh,
on page 23 of the, guess it's the executive summary. I don't know if we can flip to that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
oh, sorry. Am I in the right? I'm making everybody nauseous here.
Keep-
Page 23, Millie?
Yeah, keep going all the way down. Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Oh, oh, here we go. All
keep
right.
going.
Everyone close your eyes.
Ooh, keep going. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. That based on the breakdown for this use, they're going to be looking at page.
Carrie, you have to go back up to 23.
I think that's it right there. Yep, that's it. Okay.
this-
So when it says percentage of daily vehicles on the data site subset, the 5 plus axle trucks, that's the semis, right? The tractor trailers. Is that correct?
That would be, yeah, that would be defined as tractor trailer trucks
Okay.
in that particular case. Yep.
And they've been separated out. So it's looking like they're composing about 20% of the traffic.
That would probably be right. And again, I don't know the specifics of this table and what it's referencing. Just doing a quick read while it's on the screen here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that to me, that feels right. It's about 20% of the total traffic load. Would likely be for a use like a transload center would be tractor trailer type trucks.
Okay. All right. I just didn't know why they separated the 5 axles out from the regular trucks, and I just want to make sure if I understood it, if they weren't.
I think that's because to be fair and honest, I think that's what drives concern with people, and they want to make sure that those are considered in the overall analysis. Again, when we get back to the models that I talked about, that we're considering those, which we are. We're considering a higher percentage than a typical office building, if you would. Recognizing that some percentage of the trucks are going to be heavy trucks versus the smaller, lighter trucks
Okay.
that are referenced in that middle column.
So the 19 is a percentage of all trucks, not all vehicles.
That's, I believe that what that reads is it's 19% of the total vehicles.
I think it's important to note that Mr. Nagy is not the author of the report that we're reading. So it was prepared by somebody else
Oh, yeah.
for an overall study 4 years ago. So
Okay.
I think you have to be a little sensitive to asking him what it means when he didn't write it.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand if what we're being given is making sense the way I think it is, but I'm not sure now. Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Any additional questions from you, Millie?
No, that's it.
Okay. Michelle, anything from you? But Michelle, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
I'm all set. All set.
Oh, okay. Great. Amy, anything else from you?
All
No?
set.
Okay. Anthony?
All set.
Anthony? Okay. One question from me is, let's see. Actually, so last time we talked about truck exclusions, Fred, and you said if we wanted any sort of truck exclusion over there, we'd have to have an alternate route. And if the alternate route went through another town, we'd need that town's permission. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct if the data supports the minimum requirement of 5 to 8% trucks on the street of the total volume.
5 to 8%?
The Massachusetts amendments to the manual on uniform traffic control devices has some criteria. One is the alternate route must lie wholly within the town or partially within the town on a state highway, or partially within your town and your neighboring town with their written permission. And if you have the written permission, you still need the engineering study to support the volume of traffic warrants the truck exclusion, and then submit it to Mass DOT for their approval.
Could a truck exclusion go in on a partial portion of the road, like before getting up to Lyman Street, before the turns? Could there be a partial truck restriction? I mean, a partial on the partial road.
Let's say, for instance, between Bartlett Street at Lyman Street and Bartlett Street at Route 20 would be excluded,
Yeah.
and the other portion of Bartlett Street would be. That is an option. If the trucks that travel that portion of the road meet the criteria, and then the alternate route would have to be down, continue on Bartlett Street to Hayes Memorial to Route 20, or along Lyman Street to Route 9 to South Street, and then back into Northborough. And both of those would require written approval by the neighboring communities of Westboro and Marlboro. There is a caveat.
Go ahead.
There is a caveat that trucks with a destination to or from a location on the street that's restricted, whether it's before or after where the limits of the restriction are, would be exempt. So,
Wait,
for
I'm sorry,
instance,
say that one more time. Okay.
for instance, a truck traveling from Route 20 to 330 Bartlett Street would be exempt from the truck exclusion if they were traveling back to their main building.
And in the cases where, in the past, we've had conditions where a company can only turn a certain way, and we continue to see them not turn that certain way, what is the real enforcement to that? Or maybe that's a question for you, Bob. So there are companies that I know aren't supposed to be taking turns on Route 20 who I must see half a dozen of them a day, on any given day. So how is that, how do we ever, I know you're not out there driving around, like on call, but how do we ever enforce that?
That would be a police issue for traffic.
I'm going to jump in, Bob. Sorry. It's actually not a police issue because it's not, they only can enforce traffic control laws, and it wouldn't be a law. We've done in the past is we've asked that the company direct their drivers not to use the residential neighborhoods, not to use a portion of the street that has more residential occupants than an alternate route, unless they have a destination that requires them to go that way. They have a reason to be on that particular street. It's what we have done in the past, and sometimes it's effective and it doesn't always last very long, and we do it occasionally every few years. The police department will send a letter to various trucking companies and remind them that we have residential neighborhoods that we would prefer their drivers not use, and ask them to direct them in another area. It's one of those things. It's like traffic monitoring for the police department. They'll go out and do a speed trap, and they'll get a lot of people, and things will go slow down, and then eventually it will go back to what it was before, and they'll do it again. And so it's that kind of thing.
So even if it's a condition of a site plan or special permit or whatever the case, it doesn't matter. There's really no teeth behind it. It's just a condition on paper.
It's not. It's the condition in the past has read the companies will direct their drivers not to use that route unless they have a reason to be on that particular road. What we've done in the past is ask them not to use traffic that sends them downtown if there's another way, that kind of thing. But it's more of a voluntary thing than anything else, and it's certainly not enforceable by the police department.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to offer my apologies for getting that wrong.
No, that's okay. I get the police chief calling me all the time, telling me what he can and can't do. So it's been drilled in.
Carrie?
Yes.
If I could just add to this, I noticed that in Boylston, on Sewall Street, they have the big signs that you'll see up now where the towns or the state are sending electronic messages out about COVID. They're using that type of signage to keep the Amazon trucks off of Sewall Street. So they're saying all trucks off the street, or do not use this because I think it's being used as a cut through street. I only know that because I'm down there often with clients, but I most recently saw that twice when I was down there. I don't know if that's an option that the town could use, but I'm seeing that in Boylston now.
I'm not aware of that particular sign, nor who it belongs to or who pays for it. There are various ways to get the message out, but they're not all legally enforceable by the police department, but there are other ways.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Unless anybody on staff, do you have any questions? Bob or Fred? No.
No.
Okay. All right, Robert, I know you wanted to take a look at the driveway. So did you want to share that, or do you want me to share that? Oops, I can't hear you there. Hold on a second.
I'm sorry, that's me.
There
That's
you
me.
Yep.
I've been doing Zoom for 200 days now, and you'd think I'd take it off of mute. If you can share it, that would be fantastic. If you have it.
Yeah.
If you don't
Sure,
have
I
it,
do. No problem.
if you don't, Dave Robinson's ready to put it up.
Nope, I have it right here. Hold on. Here we go. This is
Okay.
a one-page document. Yep.
It was just a one-page PDF. So again, going back to last week's and some of the prior meetings, and germane to the conversation that we just had, there were some questions about the enforceability of a right turn restriction at the driveway. And there were some concerns about, is it enforceable? How would you do it? And we just had that conversation, so I won't beat that discussion any further. So what we did was we worked with the site engineer, Alan and Major and Dave, to develop a driveway alignment that pushed traffic to the east, if you will, physically, whereas a truck coming down, and I know it's subtle, it's hard to see on this screen here, but it used to be that the driveway came straight out and intersected at a 90-degree angle with Bartlett Street from the point where it crosses the MWRA line at the top of the screen there. So what we've done here is we've brought it over the MWRA access and then shifted it to the east a little bit and bent it so that trucks that start coming down that roadway, passenger cars will still be able to go any direction, but trucks that come down that roadway will not be able to physically make the turn right onto Bartlett Street. What they'd have to do is they'd have to, when they leave the site, be forced to take a left turn out of the site. We don't want to angle it any more than what you see there because it ends up becoming a little bit of a concern from an alignment perspective and cars driving down the street. But the subtle angle here and the placement of that island, that little triangle island at the end of the roadway, makes it so that a tractor trailer truck coming down the roadway would not physically be able to make that right turn movement onto Bartlett Street. If they did, it would require multiple different turns, and it would be more work than it would be gain that they would gain out of that process. Conversely, trucks that wanted to turn left into the driveway would have a tractor trailer truck would have a hard time doing that maneuver as well because of the placement of the island and the stop line there. We'll need to go to the fire department and make sure that they're comfortable with this alignment to make sure that they still have free and unfettered access into the driveway. But the driveway design does allow for passenger vehicles. You can see the short right turn throat that comes out onto Bartlett Street. A passenger vehicle could make a right turn onto Bartlett Street, just not a tractor trailer truck. So we thought that this design as an option might address some of the questions and concerns that were raised by some of the board members and some of the public about assuring the fact that tractor trailer trucks from this particular site might not necessarily be able to, they might not necessarily listen to that restriction, even if it was signed and enforced, physically restricting them from turning left into the site or right out of the site, we thought would be a much better approach to doing it. And we're comfortable that this is a safe design from that perspective. As I mentioned, and I see Bob nodding his head as well, we do need to make sure that the fire chief is comfortable with this access before we, commit to doing this. But this is something that we thought might be worth discussing with the board as well.
Rob, can you just touch base with the board as to why the fire chief may, or what the issue is for his entrance as he comes from the west of Bartlett Street?
So the likely approach route for a fire response is coming from the west, past the high school and down Bartlett Street and making a left turn into the site. What's good for the community and not allowing tractor trailer trucks to turn right or left into the site would also potentially hinder the ability for a fire truck to turn left into the site as well. And we would need to make sure that they were comfortable that they had the ability to get into the driveway in the case of emergency there. Not concerned about smaller response vehicles, police, ambulance, those types of vehicles, but we are a little bit concerned, and we want to make sure that the fire chief is comfortable, like I said, with his ability to turn not a tractor trailer, but a fire engine, which is a different turning radius, into the site and be able to get to the site in case of an emergency.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Nothing. I just have a question. Just please humor me. I just want to make sure I follow this correctly. So this would be like I'm coming from the high school, and you can go in this way and out this way.
No, that would be that is a little Delta Island. It's a short right turn lane for traffic coming out of the driveway.
Oh, only out. Okay.
Only
so
out.
Anybody who wants to come in has to go swoop around and then come in this way.
Correct. So
kind of take a weird left turn.
Right. So a passenger car, if you can envision it, a passenger car coming from that direction could make that loop around and come in the driveway there. A tractor trailer would not be able to. They'd come into conflict with the island that's there and the stop bar, and it would be a problem for them. Again,
Okay.
Reinforcing the physical. Should somebody happen to come that way who is unfamiliar with the site and wanted to go into there, I think what they would find is that they can't make that turn, and we would sign it as such that no left turn for trucks into the site. And that what they would likely do is they'd have to go down, Bartlett into Ames Street, Forest Street, and reverse direction to come all the way back. They're going to do it once, and they're never going to do it again. They'll find the more direct route to the site.
And what you're saying is the fire trucks would have to come all the way around, and they'd need to have the turning radius to come back up there.
Correct. We want to make sure that a fire truck, which is a little bit smaller than a tractor trailer truck, would be comfortable making that turn. The curbing that we could put in there could be any number of different approaches. They may be comfortable just driving right over it, whereas a tractor trailer truck might not be comfortable driving over it in an emergency response. But again, it's a discussion we need to have with the chief before we commit to doing something like this, should the board be comfortable.
Okay, and the rumble strip, does it have a curb? Like when I think of the rumble strips, it's the flat on the highway, like the flat kind of divots. Is that what it is, like a rectangular shape, or is there a curb around it?
We can do any number of different approaches there. I think the way this is designed there, it's the rumble strip that you see on a street with a curb that's put around it for safety and just to reinforce the idea that you don't want to drive over it. But we could, depending on where the board went with this and where we thought it was appropriate, we could raise it. We can do any number of different things with it.
Okay, because otherwise, if a truck could come down and go right over it and not really care, if it were just the strips in the street.
There'll be a stop sign. As you can see, there's a sign in the island there to help control traffic right there. Yep, there's a stop sign for drivers who are coming out. That'll help reinforce that there's a physical island there.
It'll be a balancing. I'm sorry. It will be a balancing to try to preclude the truck from wanting to use it, but making sure that the straight line that the chief is probably going to want, if he's down there with a fire truck and wants to make entrance, he's very likely going to want to be able to get his vehicle over that area. And what that means, but it still discourages the truck, is the balancing act that we have to engage in if this makes sense to the board. Makes sense toward an approval with the board.
Yeah. And then just another question. Have you done this before where, we've learned any lessons about, do people try to actually go in this way? Or are there any issues with, traffic accidents or anything with people not realizing you really have to swoop around here, or trucks coming out while someone's swooping in. Anything safety wise that we know
So-
about this type of setup?
So it's not unlike a typical small, and I'll come back to the board with some examples of where this has been done or something like this has been done. It has been done in the past in a couple of different locations. In instances like this, a lot of times it's more to preclude left turns turning out of the site where you want to make a right turn. You force the drivers to turn right. In this particular case, it's the opposite of that. We want drivers to turn left out of the site. So there's a couple instances that I know of at more retail-based establishments, not necessarily warehousing. I would be more comfortable recommending it on a use like this, where you're going to have employees who regularly come back and forth to the facility and know how to get in and out, where there's not going to be too much of a surprise there. I would be less comfortable, even though it's been, I think the examples that I'm going to give you are more retail based. I'd be less comfortable at a retail facility where you have new drivers who may or may not have never come to a facility and are encountering this and don't know what to do. But I'll provide some information to the board on areas where this has been done before.
Okay, any other questions?
Okay.
Anything from?
I had a question.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay, just in regards to this, because I know on the agenda is, we're talking about the subdivision down there. Is this the preliminary subdivision? Is this going to affect that, or is that further down?
I don't see, Mark, do you want to answer that?
Sure. They're really separate and distinct projects, so
Okay.
they aren't intended, as you'll see in the preliminary plan. It calls for a smaller lot or different configuration. So we'd have to marry the two together if they ended up going together.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But I guess, is there a potential that this just gets plowed over and something new is done, or?
Well,
I guess we don't know.
That can only happen with your approval, because if this plan were incorporated into the approved site plan, then this would need to be the form of the drive unless this board modified that approval.
Gotcha, thank you. Okay, anything else on this from anyone?
Does this
Amy,
change
you're all set?
of,
Oh, go ahead.
does this change how far it goes into our groundwater one?
This layout does. It moves the driveway out of that area. I think it was like a 13-foot
Yeah.
piece. It does move the driveway out of that area, and I'll let Mark or Israel talk about what the implications of that are. But
Okay.
it to that degree, it's a benefit, I would think.
Sure, if you want to speak to that, go right ahead.
If I can, one of the special permits requested is to intrude into the groundwater for the distance of 13 feet on our property line, within our property, into the groundwater, where the bylaw provides that you can go up to 50 feet with a special permit. This design appears, and I say appears because what you're seeing is two-dimensional sketch of a concept, but it appears that the configuration would allow that encroachment into groundwater one to be eliminated in its entirety. So that need for that special permit would go away. There would still be a need for a separate groundwater special permit, which is part of the application for the development itself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else? Millie, all set?
That was it?
Michelle, all set?
All set.
Anthony, any questions?
No questions.
Amy?
All set, thanks.
Okay. Fred or Bob, any questions from you? No, okay.
Nope.
Okay, great. And then I think we have, I'm sure this is probably not you, Robert, the updated snow plan. Did you want to speak to that at all?
Rob Nagy knows nothing about snow.
Figured
But
not.
Dave Robinson
I've
knows
lived it.
everything about snow. So
Okay.
he
Dave.
has prepared and submitted a summary report that I'd ask him to review with the board comparing the DEP snow disposal guidelines against the plan and walk through it. And it might be best if he's able to pull a plan up, if he's able to. on
Sure,
his
go
phone.
ahead.
So,
Yep.
David?
Are you able to do that, Dave?
Yes, just give me one moment, please. One second. Okay, can everybody see the snow storage plan, the revised plan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so basically what we have here is our revised snow storage plan. As you'll notice, this line in green here is the 50-foot buffer from the wetlands, and is recommended by the DEP to maintain a 50-foot vegetated buffer that would be grassed or any kind of shrubs or trees between the snow storage disposal areas, which are located on landscaped areas, and the wetlands. So our primary snow storage areas are highlighted here in red. They're typically on landscaped areas which are inside of the curbing of the project site. So if snow is stored in these areas, it will melt and infiltrate into groundwater, which is recommended by the DEP. If these are the primary areas, so if these primary areas become filled with snow, if there's a heavy snow, or if it's a cold winter and not a lot of snow is melting, these areas highlighted in blue, which are located on paved or impervious areas, are the secondary snow storage area locations. And as you'll notice, all of these areas are located outside of the 50-foot. And I will say one thing to note is we had I apologize, I pulled up a slightly incorrect plan. The only difference is this should be a primary snow storage area over here by the loading docks. It's highlighted in blue.
Mm-hmm.
The plan that we sent you was highlighted in red, but I quickly pulled up the wrong plan. So this is a primary storage area.
Okay. Okay, any questions, members? Amy?
So with that area that you just showed us in blue,
Yep.
if you have a tenant there and those are his bays, he's not going to mind that you pile snow in front of them?
I think the purpose of this plan is to show the maximum location of areas and square footages that are possible on the site. So if this, for example, if there's a tenant down this end and this is a primary snow storage area, but there's not a tenant down this end, we could shift it here. Again, this is only if we get a crazy amount of snow that we can, if it's deemed acceptable, we could store it here, but it's not necessarily, the first area that's going to be stored. Again, in accordance with the regulations, as it's stated in the notes here, if there's too much snow on site, it needs to be removed. And that's across the board, across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So that's not a hard and fast area. It's not a definite that snow will absolutely be stored there all the time. It's more of a plan, an exhibit to show what the maximum snow storage is and prove that we do have sufficient snow storage area outside of that 50-foot vegetated buffer.
Okay. I would have had the same question for the red area along the side of the building because that's where the landscaping and the trees are. So if you're pushing all the snow and salt on top of the landscaped area, that's not going to bode well for the trees.
For the DEP regulations, it recommends that you store snow on a pervious or landscaped area so that it can melt and recharge to groundwater. So that's what we did.
Yeah. Okay. When I look
And
at it, it looks a little.
it's not, there's other areas that are not, that have grass instead of plantings that are, more preferred. Again, this is just the maximum amount that can be stored on site. It could be that we get a very light winter and most of these areas aren't even used.
Okay. A couple of them too on the parking lots, when I looked at the grading where you had your mouse over that area, where the driveway comes up, that grading also looks like it goes up a hill. That and the other red one on the tail end, the grading goes up. So you're going to push it up the hill. It's a
Yes,
small hill maybe, but.
I'd say that's a very real possibility to push it up. Yep.
Okay. It just seems a little tight, but that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Millie, any questions from you?
I just had a quick question. Is there a square footage of that area that that's been calculated of the snow removal storage area?
You're asking about what the total square footage available on site is?
No, of that you've designated in the red and the blue for snow removal.
Yep. Right here in the legend,
Okay.
we have some notes. So we have approximate total primary snow storage area on site, nearly 22,000 square feet, which is a significant amount. When you think about it, that's half an acre.
Okay.
The amount of snow storage. And then the secondary, which is the areas located on paved areas, is about a quarter acre. Total available on site is about 3/4 of an acre. That's a significant amount. That could be 3 or 4 times what you need in a season, depending on how the winter goes.
Okay, that's helpful. It's easier to understand that, I think. And so,
Yeah. Yep.
thank you.
That's it, Millie? Okay. Michelle, anything from you?
All set.
Okay. Anthony, anything from you?
No.
Okay. If you could just zoom out for a second. I just have a couple questions about this. There we go. So one question I have is oh, you can't see my mouse, so that's okay. So the section where the snow is the first red section against the wall, there you go. Getting through there, how many feet, is that 24 feet across, or like, what is that? Oh, I guess it might be on the plan. Well, actually I have it in front of you, so maybe I can see it too. Oh, there you go. Okay.
It's 6,500 square feet in this.
No, like for driving by, like what is the, so the all snow is filled in that area. What's the space to drive by it? It's just hard to tell.
This is a 24-foot wide drive. So you can see this is about 20 to 20 feet or so. 20 feet.
Okay. Okay. And then if you go to the back of the building by the guardrail there. So right there. Now, so the snow, this is a guardrail, is that what that is? I believe.
Correct.
Okay, so the snow will just be dumped on top of the guardrail over here?
I'm thinking that they'll possibly use a snow blower on the back here and blow it into these areas. It's also possible that they store it, he drives down here because this is accessible. This is a flush curb here. Could drive down here and store it in here, and the rest would be snow blown around the back.
Okay, so this is also where the fire truck is supposed to be able to get through. So
Correct.
How do we make sure that this is, the space here, I think it was 24 feet through here, right?
At least, yes, minimum of 24 feet.
Okay, and the fire truck obviously is not that width, but, ensuring that the fire truck can still get through here. So somebody's going to know to snow blow through this section?
I'll defer to Mr. Lopez here, but my understanding is that there will be a property management company that will be in tune with everything that needs to happen out here at the site. But yes, as a fire access point, this needs to be maintained year round.
Okay, and when I don't know if they have a special snow blower, but I know I've seen snow blowers and the snow just goes all over the place. So that's a lot of precision going on here. Does no snow falls down beyond this guardrail, this little section?
as you can see, there's a pretty significant width between this guardrail and, this maintenance path here. I mean, if this is 24 feet, then this is probably also 24 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a significant width.
Okay, so if you zoom back out again. There you go. Okay, and so somebody will, I keep moving my mouse so you can see it. So somebody will snow blow the entire back of the building as well? That whole gravel access way?
Correct, that area, and I think this is also described in the operation and maintenance plan, but yes, that area needs to be maintained clear at all times of any snow and ice or any buildup of anything there, so that it's maintained with for access. And it doesn't necessarily need to be snow blown in those areas. There are small push plows that can push the snow down back out to the front of the site. So there are a number of ways for that area to be cleaned and maintained.
I'll also say that this maintenance path around the back of the building is extremely wide. And I did a vehicle turning analysis. I could get a pickup truck all the way around this building, 360 degrees. So that should be noted as well.
Okay, but if the fire truck is not going to be able to get back here.
No, the purpose is not for fire egress. It's, I believe, I'll defer to Mr. Lopez here, but I believe it's for pedestrian egress.
Okay.
In the case of an emergency.
But there's no doors. Are there any exits in this whole back of the building? There's no doors.
There are doors. There will be.
Oh,
doors.
there are. Okay, great.
There's one located right here. There's another
okay,
one
so
right
people can
here,
get out the back.
Here and here. So yeah, I believe it's probably I'm not an architect. I'm not sure, but I believe it's probably a fire egress means based on the length of the rear of the building.
Terry?
Okay. Yes.
I remember when they came before design review, we asked that for fire safety. If someone was inside the building, they could exit through the back of the building.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And that's why we asked for those doors and then a walkway around the back of the building.
Oh, okay, great.
I think that's correct. Isn't that correct, Fred?
Yes, the elevations of the building actually show 8 pass doors in the back of the building.
Okay. Well, that's good, because then this looks like it'll be blocked. Oh, again, you can't see my mouse. The front looks like it'll be blocked off in a couple of different areas. So I just wondered if there'd be access in other spots to get out of the building if need be. The other thing is, in terms of, so it looks like it's up to in the notes on the side there, it looks like it's up to whoever you contract to do this, to move the snow around. How, I'm not trying to sound smart about it. How do this is like a lot of precision going on. How does a snow driver know that these are the exact places to drop snow? Like, he's not going to drive around with this plan and drop in these exact spots. How does this, usually we see just snow going to one certain area. There's not so many precise places. How does that work?
Well, I think, and I forget the gentleman's name who sits on the design review board.
Dave.
Michelle, maybe you'll recall his name, but
Dave Veron.
that's right.
Yeah.
I think listening to him, you'd understand that it is pretty precise, and there's definitely a methodology to the madness, if you will. But this snow storage plan is included, and just also as an aside, I mean, our company manages about 11 million square feet of space. So, this is a core competency. And what happens is these plans get included with the O&M plan to the snow contractor. So they have the plan, they know exactly what the intent is in terms of where the snow should be stored. And in terms of, as it's detailed here, primary area for storage, secondary area for storage, and actually in more detail as you get into it, where you kind of prioritize. Right now, for the sake of this and the simplicity of this plan, it's just shown in 2 different colors, but we would probably go ahead and prioritize which areas should get utilized first and which areas should get utilized last, and which areas, obviously under no circumstance should there be any snow stored. And then we actually go out and monitor that. And usually, to the extent that the snow storage plan isn't being complied with, the user in the building will let us know that there's snow where there shouldn't be snow, where they can't get access to a door, in your example, or so forth. So it's certainly something that is not an afterthought in terms of the way that it's managed. And there is a lot of thought that goes into making sure that the areas that are set aside work for the user and from a site standpoint and from an environmental standpoint.
Okay. And just remind me, but where are the dumpsters located again? Are they in the parking lot? I can't remember from there.
The dumpsters, I don't think are shown, but they would be located in that truck court area.
Okay.
Correct. In one of those bays.
Okay, got it. And then for all the silt fencing, is that something that stays up or does that go away after construction?
If I could jump in real quick. Typically, I've worked on other projects with the Gutierrez Company. Typically, that silt fencing stays up until we receive a certificate of compliance from the Conservation Commission, and they will let us know, okay, it's all right to take it down, and then we'll go out and do that and report back to them that we've done that. That's exactly what we did on the Hayes G project just up the street from here.
Okay, so I just noticed you clarified a couple of the points for the site preparation, but didn't say anything about silt fences or barriers that should be on the down gradient side of the snow disposal site. So is that something that is here or not here or doesn't need to be here?
So first of all, as I mentioned, sometimes those silt fences stay up for a significant amount of time after construction. Second of all, I would say that we provide a 50-foot vegetative buffer in all areas as shown on the plan in compliance with the DEP regulations.
Oh, no, I know, I see that. But as a separate item, not related to the buffer, was a silt fence or barrier should be placed securely on the down gradient side of the snow disposal site. So I didn't know if the fences went away, what would that equivalent barrier be?
If the board and the Conservation Commission deems that we need to keep the straw wattles or hay bales in place, then that's what we'll do. But I don't think it's typical to place particular hay bales or straw wattles down gradient of any snow storage areas, particularly when there are several within curbed areas down gradient.
Yeah, that's right. So,
I have no idea. I'm not an expert. I'm just reading what they're saying
That's
maintenance
not
measures should
typical.
be undertaken.
I've never seen somebody install straw wattles and hay bales down gradient of a snow storage area. It's just not typical.
Okay. Well, maybe it's new because this is from their December guidance. I'm not sure.
Carrie,
Okay. So there are, oh, go ahead. Sorry. Who's
Carrie.
speaking? I can't see. Is it, yeah.
where are you getting that from?
It is written in the DEP regulations. In my opinion, if you're maintaining that 50-foot vegetated buffer, that does much, much more to infiltrate the snow melt runoff into the ground. It's never going to reach those straw wattles. I would say maybe the straw wattles would be called for if you put them right on the line of the wetlands in somewhere where you couldn't maintain that 50-foot buffer. If you were 10 feet off the wetlands, maybe it makes sense to put those in, but where you have that 50-foot vegetative buffer, there's not going to be any runoff that reaches those.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Can you just stop sharing for a second? I'm just going to flip over to.
All set?
All right, thank you. So Millie, to answer your question, I'm just looking at the December 23rd, 2019 snow removal guidelines, and it's just a separate from the 50-foot vegetated buffer is the silt fence piece. I mean, I'm not an expert, I'm just reading from this sheet, but that's where I got it anyway, so we have it.
Okay. I thought it was a new thing and I didn't catch it, but it's there. Okay.
No, it was included in the drainage report as well. So it's their snow disposal guidance that came out on the 23rd, and that was just one of the pieces of it. So I was just curious because it wasn't mentioned in the report we got, so I wasn't sure
Okay.
why, if they're just planning to keep up the fences or whatever.
It does say equivalent buffer. In my opinion, that 50-foot vegetative buffer is doing all the work, and a straw wattle or silt fence isn't really going to be doing anything significant. Fred, did you want to?
Yeah, hey, Carrie, I think that that silt fence or equivalent may be something that gets installed within that 50-foot buffer, closer to the wetland, to keep any sand that might be mixed in with the melted snow from migrating into the wetland. It's not a barrier for delineating the snow pile, but really to keep that sand, because that's what's left over in the springtime is all the sand. And if there were excessive amount of sand, that may be something you want to just keep out of the edge of the wetlands, but certainly within that 50 feet.
Oh, I see. So it would be something like right within along here, some sort of buffer, or
Well,
is that what
not
you mean, Fred?
that particular case because there's a berm along the side of the pavement, but in the areas where it's stored in a landscaping area where the sand would pile up on a grass or landscaped area, when the snow melts, it may migrate towards the wetland if it's not in an actual impervious area. So if it's on,
Okay,
if it's on
so
the grass, they want to keep the sand that's on top of the grass from migrating into the wetlands if there's an area where it's being stored that doesn't have pavement and curbing in between.
okay, so this goes up on a hill. This building goes upwards.
Yeah, but that
this
area
way?
along the building where the trucks go in and out of the building is all paved. And the snow storage shown just north of your, right there, that's on pavement. The barriers would be only required in an area where it's not on pavement, so that the sand couldn't
Okay.
wash into the wetland over the grassed area.
Okay, so what about these, right, do these have the same circumstance as well?
That
Or
area
what about here?
on the end of the
Oh, that's not near
building,
the wetlands, so it's fine.
that area at the end of the building, right there, it's not pavement, but it's that hard surface that they can plow or sweep or snow blow. And so that wouldn't be a problem. The area in the back, I think, is still part of that same, that right there, I think that's part of that same hard surface where they can get access around the back of the building. But I think it's the landscaped areas that Michelle was talking about earlier, up towards the front of the building, where
Like right in here?
you might want that. But again, if that melts, it's going to run off into the parking lot and be caught in the catch basins and part of the drainage system. So I don't know, maybe David could indicate where there's some areas where the snow is being stored in a landscaped area that could migrate into the wetland without going across some pavement.
Honestly, there's really not.
Okay.
As shown. There's really not.
So that would explain why there's no silt fence shown on the plan for the snow barriers.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Amy, do you have a question? Oops, I can't hear you.
What about the guardrail area? I mean, is there paving behind the guardrail in between the detention basin?
No, that's going to be a slope down there.
Yeah, because actually something in the Mass DEP too, that same article or same snow disposal guidance said avoid disposing snow on top of storm drain catch basins in stormwater drainage systems, including detention basins. So on that area, it looks like it would go right from the guardrail area down into the detention basin.
Yeah, and that's no different than any other snow that falls right in that area that's going to melt and go into the basin, or any snow that falls directly into the basin. It's not being stored. It says that's for if you have an area that has water, if you have a detention basin that has water,
Right.
people take it and they'll put it into anything that has water to melt the snow. That's more what they're getting at. This is just showing if somebody went down with a plow or a snow blower, they push it off to the side, which is typical, and it stays there, until it melts. I think
Right,
that
but
there's
sand
two
and
different things there that are being confused.
Right, but the sand and the salt and the sediment and litter could get down into the detention basin if it's pushed that way.
And per the DEP guidelines, it's okay if it goes into there because only clean water is going to leave that basin. All of those contaminants are going to be left at the bottom of the basin, and only clean water can exit through the outlet control structure. Anything that infiltrates into the ground, as stated in the DEP guideline, will leave behind sand and debris, which needs to be cleaned out on an annual basis.
No, the second part of that paragraph says a high volume of sand, sediment, and litter released from melting snow may also be quickly transported through the system into the surface water.
That's not a large area, though. If you look at that strip of area, it's about 2,000 square feet. The bottom of that basin's about 10,000 square feet. There's an extreme difference there in terms of square footage.
Yep.
You're never going to be able to fill that basin significantly with sand from a 2,000 square foot strip on the side of the road.
But salts and
salts are, as it mentions in the DEP guidelines, salts and sands are meant to be left behind to infiltrate in the ground. The ground is the greatest filter of all. That's where you want it to go.
in the detention basin, they will get filtered into the surface water, into the groundwater free area.
This detention basin has an outlet control structure, which is several feet above the bottom, similar to how your septic tank works in your septic system. Only clean water floats to the top and is discharged out to the wetlands.
Okay.
Anything else, Sam?
Nope.
Okay, Anthony, any questions?
Just a quick question. So that access way that comes around the side and goes to the back of the building, does that go to the entirety? Could you literally drive all the way back around and out on the left side as I'm looking at this?
Yes, as I previously stated, you could drive a small pickup truck around that entire building 360 degrees.
Is there a guardrail along the back of that as there is on the right side of the building?
Currently, there is not, because it's not anticipated that any vehicle would need to get all the way around the back. As I mentioned previously, it's primarily for pedestrian egress.
Okay. And what would be a plow plan for how wide of a path would be cleared behind the building?
We'd have to confirm that with the architect.
I mean, my gut sense would be if I was a contractor and it's in the middle of the winter and 3 o'clock in the morning and I was plowing this, is I wouldn't take the time to make sure that that snow ended up in one of the retention areas. I'd probably just plow it off to the side towards, the downslope there towards the wetlands, and even encroaching into some of that area that is, I guess, the buffer area towards the left side of that building. And I know you guys are, you manage these things. I just think it would be a very difficult thing to manage.
If I might, through you, Madam Chair, I think that's Mr. Lopez's point, is that Gutierrez has other interests in the area. They actively engage reputable contractors who they are very clear what the expectations are. They find as a matter of practice that the tenants are their best enforcement, early warning system. And a contractor who cavalierly ignores the snow storage plan that you have here won't be a contractor for long. That will be an error for them, because rather than just losing one building, they could very well be losing more than one building. The compliance with the plan is a commitment that is made to the tenant who is paying the rent to be in the building. And it's one of the expectations and one of the covenants and obligations of a landlord to meet. And I'm sure Gutierrez takes it very, very seriously.
Anything else, Anthony?
No.
Okay, let's see. I think, Amy, you are all set? Okay, Michelle, I think you said you're okay. Millie, any questions from staff? Okay. Okay, great. So I think that covers the additional questions that we had asked about. I think Millie had asked, or I think someone had asked about a possible smaller footprint, and that appears to not have been a possibility here.
I think as we reviewed last time, but just to make sure, this is a smaller footprint that has been developed through the review process leading up to your board as a result of the input from both Design Review and Conservation Commission. This is significantly smaller than was originally planned for the site, so it incorporates it. Candidly, the comments that we've heard relate to traffic. It is not in the cards to have a material reduction in the size of the building. That's really the only comment that we've really received to date with regard to the impacts of the building relate to traffic. So right now, we don't see any benefit from a further reduction from where it started, which was, Mr. Lopez can be more specific, but it was on or above 200,000 square feet when the project started.
I honestly don't know how that even would have fit in there, but that's interesting. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And you declined to do a noise study, I think, last time. You did not want to pursue a noise study, so I don't think we have that.
No,
Is there any?
If I could just address the noise study.
Yeah.
What we have done in the past to establish the benchmark for the performance standards in the bylaw is have a condition of approval that requires conducting and providing to the town a noise study prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And that's important for a couple of reasons. First of all, it deals with the site in its then existing condition, which has obviously been subject to the construction of the building, and creates that permanent type of benchmark as to the increase in decibel levels, which are precluded from any use as tenants come and tenants go, to be able to measure that from any time to time as required. So we agree to do it, but as we have in the past, to do it as a condition of approval.
Got it. Speaking of conditions, what the hours of operation, remind me of that proposed hours of operation?
We have not proposed any restriction on hours of operation.
Oh no, what were the proposed, are there any proposed, is it a 24/7, is it a?
It's proposed in the abstract as 24/7. We certainly, once the tenant or tenants are identified, we'll be able to better identify what those hours could be in some better restriction.
So that would involve trucking, trucks coming in and out 24/7?
It may not. I mean, the use may be limited to a manufacturing use, which is running a third shift inside the building. And so it's passenger vehicles arriving with workers at 11 p.m. and departing at 7 a.m. and wholly within the building as required by the bylaw. It all depends on the use.
But outdoor activity is proposed, it could be 24/7 for the trucks, or you're just saying inside activity?
We certainly couldn't agree to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We're certainly not suggesting a restriction on the ability of trucks to come to the site in any particular hours. To the best of my knowledge, there is no general bylaw in town relative to precluding vehicles either traveling the public way or exiting or entering the public way in any fashion. So we'd expect it to be treated the same as any other type of industrial use in town.
Okay, Amy?
Not that I'm arguing it back and forth, but I did attend the Conservation Commission meetings, and it was mentioned by Mia that there is a site that's a critical site on a pond. I think it's on Bartlett Pond. It's on one of the sites, and they have lights out at 10 o'clock. And it is in Northborough. I can't remember off the top of my head because conservation was back in January. But I know that was a discussion that they had during conservation because of the wildlife and the wetlands and the animals. But it has happened in Northborough where I don't know if their trucks still come, but they said lights out at 10 o'clock.
Well, I think we're able to condition hours of operation as long as they don't conflict with state law.
Yep.
Certainly, if we don't want trucks idling at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's, I think, a fair condition.
I think some of the other Gutierrez sites, because I just read all the decisions, a couple of them did have no truck idles before 6 a.m. on the conditions.
Yep.
And this one is the closest to the residential. So there definitely should be a condition on early morning truck idling.
Okay, why don't we've spent a long time discussing here. Is there anything else that anybody from the applicant team would like to bring forward? Does that cover everything?
That covers our presentation in response to the questions that came from the 6th.
Great.
Depending on the will of the board as to whether you're planning to move forward or how you're planning to move forward. We will need some guidance as to the alternative driveway access to know how to better proceed.
Okay. All right, why don't, we are in a public hearing, so I will take public comments as we kind of wrap up here. Are there any comments from the public?
Be limited to what we presented?
Yeah, I guess for the most part within reason. I think all of it's kind of related, so I'll use my discretion on that. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to start with someone's had your hand up for a long time. Cameron Folsom. Cameron, you're allowed to talk if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry, Cameron is my son. This is Laura Folsom. I live at 4 Laurel Avenue here in Northborough. I just want to say, I initially put my hand up based on Fred's statement that the police cannot prevent the trucks from going from Northborough coming up into Bartlett. And as a neighbor in this community, I have seen so many trucks racing up and down Bartlett. I just find that very disappointing. Looking at the table, actually, we'll back up. Robert, you had talked about peak periods that you talked about for your study, but I do remember Mr. Lopez and Mr. Donahue talking about the 24/7 use. And so these hours of operation versus peak periods, I think this is just going to be a lot of trucks a lot of the time. And then looking at Dave Robinson's picture or this table A1, weighted averages for percentage of total daily vehicles for cars and trucks. It looks like that this is saying 32% of the expected traffic is going to be trucks, but then 19.4% or 20% of that would be trucks with 5+ axles. I just want to say it's not typical that an 18-wheeler truck would be making a delivery. So these are going to be 18-wheeler trucks cutting through our town, idling at the stoplights in the center of town. And I think this is just very disappointing. Also, I just saw a sign that went up at 330, 350 Bartlett saying Amazon's moving in and they're looking to hire people. So I think this is just the start of a lot of truck traffic. And quite frankly, it frightens me. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Lisa Maselli. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me. There are several things that I come up with in terms of in listening tonight and watching and being on the design and being on the
being Cameron. Oh my God, I'm
hear me?
sweating so much. Did you hear me?
Oh, hold on. Yep. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
No, they just listen. This is what I said my thing.
Oh, hold on a second. I think Lisa, can you just having technical difficulties? Lisa, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Okay, sorry. Go right ahead. You were saying you were on design review.
Yes, I mean, listening tonight and watching the plans and everything. So I've got a few questions. First off, in looking at some of the other deeds and such, all of the warehouses that Gutierrez has have the bays facing the back of the building, not the front of the building. And I thought that was a specification at that area down there at the industrial park that they're calling it. This is the only building that doesn't do that. The bays face front. So I wanted to know why that was different. Even in the one on his memorial, it's in the back. The second question that I had was, has the possibility of an access road to be built to Hayes Memorial through the land, through the east, that could connect them with that other building that they have on Hayes? That could certainly free up a lot of the worry about taking the left or right-hand turn. Are there other conditions in place for those other 3 warehouses on Bartlett that they built that have the hours? I think Amy talked about it. So hours and driving and such. And then finally, A. Dewey Pyle does a pretty good job of following the conditions that they agreed to. They probably are the only trucks that I don't see coming down Maple Street anymore. And I don't understand why they can comply with conditions, but we're not expecting anybody else to do that. And if there are laws for traffic and speeding and everything else, why we shouldn't expect them to be enforced? So there you go. And thank you for your help.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. So just to clarify on the facing front or backwards. Oh, did I lose everybody? Did I lose the applicants?
No, we're here.
Oh, no, they are.
Nope, we're here.
Okay, was there a reason why you decided to face the front of put the truck bays in the front versus back?
Yep. So I'll answer that. The reason why has more to do with drainage and clear height more than anything else. It's based on the location of the large basin. It makes more sense to pitch this one to the front. It doesn't matter if it goes to the front or the back. Gutierrez, their buildings all pitch one way or the other. It really doesn't make a difference on the clear height or anything, but on this particular building, it's better for the drainage design for it to pitch to the front and then into the basin. And as far as the access drive going through to Hayes Memorial Drive, there are extensive existing prime wetlands that would need to be disturbed much more than is allowed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And additionally, there's also conservation restriction area. I worked on the Hayes G project in providing that conservation area. Additionally, the 301 Bartlett also contribute a significant amount of conservation area, which is not to be disturbed. So there's no access point other than the one that we show currently.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, the other,
I have, oh, go ahead.
yes, just if I may, the other important consideration for not having the trucks in the back is because we, in the rear of the building, they would face, to the extent that they could be seen, the residential neighborhood. So putting them and having the trucks as far away from that use, we thought would be desirable for everyone.
Great point.
Got it. Okay, I have the Burnswig family here. Oh, you have an old version, so I have to promote you to panelist. So you will be on video. Oh, there you go. Hello. I just need your name and address, and I'm going to try to unmute you. Oh, you're just on mute. There you go. Okay.
Great. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Michael Burnswig, 4 Jenkins Drive, and appreciate you taking the call tonight. I'd quite honestly say that the facility that just went in next to the FedEx and A. Dewey Pyle, the Amazon facility, that is kind of breaking news. To me, it's very disturbing, but the size and scope of this operation next to a residential neighborhood in terms of, all of the noise and everything else that we've talked about in all the other conversations, is amazing. I just want to throw out something that just came to light. I mean, the FedEx facility is 25,000 square feet. This facility is 6 times the size of the FedEx facility. That FedEx facility is a phenomenal operation. The A. Dewey Pile is a 60,000 square foot facility. What we're proposing here is 2.5 times this A. Dewey Pile facility. This is insane. I mean, I was born in the evening, but not last night. And I'll be honest with you, the fact that this is in 150,000 square feet clearly is a prime space for an Amazon facility. As I've mentioned on other calls, I run a facility myself. A quick internet search. I mean, we talked about in the traffic study, a range of a couple of hundred trips to over 1,000 trips a day in the Gutierrez facility as proposed in their plan. Over 1,000 trips a day. I just can't even imagine the impact on this area. There are plenty, just a quick search on the internet, plenty of 150,000 square foot Amazon distribution facilities. Contra County, California, there's one that just opened up. So to state that it needs to be over 1 million square feet is just, in my opinion, not accurate. 150,000 square feet, 6 times the facility across the street is more than enough for a distribution facility. And let's face it, if they just opened up a facility across the street, what a lovely addition to their operation to be able to run 30 some odd bays, 24/7 next to a school in a residential neighborhood and everything else that we know. I think this absolutely is something that needs to be ended. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna change it back. And I have Rachel Brunswick. Oops. Rachel, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, go right ahead.
Hi. Obviously, that was just my husband. I do need to comment on a couple things. I'm in the neighborhood, 4 Jenkins Drive. I'm in the neighborhood abutting this facility, and I'm really concerned about light and noise. You're talking about a potentially 24-hour operation. There's going to be trucks coming in and out. There's going to be employees coming in and out. What happens when it snows? 3 o'clock in the morning, every couple hours, the parking lot for the employees is directly next to the residential area. Every couple hours, you're going to be having snow trucks and beeping and backing up and constant. So that means every single time it snows, all I'm going to be hearing is the backing up trucks of the plows. And so I just want to really kind of emphasize the potential impact to the neighborhoods, and especially neighborhoods that are only within a couple hundred feet of this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have Benjamin Timon. Hi, Benjamin.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thanks very much. Benjamin Timon, counsel from Timon, Davis, and Duffy for John and Kristen Wickstead at 2 Star Brook Lane. I just wanted to raise, again, a couple of issues relevant to the decisional criteria, which I know is something that we spent, a few sessions on, and I know the board doesn't need a reminder on this because you've been, applying appropriate scrutiny to this proposal. But I do just want to, reiterate that these are special permits we're talking about, and there's, as the board knows, absolutely no presumption whatsoever that these should be granted. And I would point to, specifically those 7 criteria that we've spent some time talking about in the past in section 7-03-040C that, make very clear that the standard for granting a special permit under the special permit with site plan review application that the applicant has put in for says that the permit shall be granted only upon the board's written determination that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town or the neighborhood. And then it goes on to talk about the 7 specific factors And again, the board, quote, shall include, unquote, in making its determination whether the proposal does 7 different things. And it has to, the applicant has to demonstrate that the proposal will meet each of those 7 criteria. One of which, for example, is that the proposal will create no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. I think some of the things we've heard tonight and the concerns that have been raised, would call into question whether the applicant could possibly meet its burden with respect to that factor number 4, or factor number 3, for that matter, will not adversely affect the neighborhood. Factor number 2, it's an appropriate location for such use. I mean, these are the burdens of proof here on the applicant. So I just want to reiterate that, from the point of view of the Wicksteads, who are abutters to this site in a residential neighborhood, as people have said, that, this is a high bar for this proposal. And the fact that it's, one more industrial facility in an industrial zone doesn't matter for purposes of the special permit criteria. Finally, I would add that the groundwater protection district provisions that also apply, similarly set a high standard. And so, for example, at section 7-07-101D, it talks about how there's a requirement for, quote, an analysis by a technically qualified expert certifying that the quality and supply of the underlying groundwater resources will not be degraded to the point whereby a hazard to public health or ecological damage results. So that speaks to some of the issues that were raised tonight in terms of down gradient flows from accumulated snow and the like. So I wanted to raise those points. I also wanted to just put to the board an issue that had come up a few sessions ago about peer review, and would urge the board to hopefully reiterate its commitment to having peer review conducted on a number of issues that have been raised that speak to those 7 criteria, in particular: traffic, environment, water quality, and the like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything, I don't see any other hands raised. Is there anyone? Oops, I do. Kristen Wickstead. Hi, Kristen.
Hello. So one of my neighbors texted me, Manny Lopes. He's trying to get on. His phone number, would it help if I give you the last few digits or something? Because he texted
Yeah,
me.
sure. I see one number. Oh, wait, I do see a hand
Yeah,
raised. Is it 376?
Yeah, that's him.
Sure.
Can you call on him?
Yes, of course.
For him.
Okay. All right. It's tough on the phone. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have anything yourself, Kristen, or you're just pointing that out?
No, that's it for now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you hear me? Oops. All right, you should be allowed to talk now. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, hello. Yeah, I just need
Hi.
your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Manny Lopes, and I'm located at 96 Bartlett Street is where I live. I've been here since '81. So I've seen a lot of changes on this street, and it's not for the better. I can tell you that, as you heard by a lot of the other residents. So I have some questions I'd like to first of all say is that as a result of what I heard tonight, right? So they talk about traffic distribution, 285 vehicles, and 20% is trucks. But I didn't see it by the 4 exits. How much of the traffic by all these facilities get routed between Bartlett Street, Lyman Street, Cedar Hill, or Hayes Memorial? I think that's going to be key if we want to try to pursue, if this even gets approved, which I want to tell you I'm not for. But if it does, and we proceed to try to get a truck exclusion, even for the other facilities already on the Northborough Industrial Zone, we're going to need that kind of detailed information when we try to direct traffic through these other towns. So I think we need to get that information. The other thing is this brand new news about Amazon on 330 and 350. I'd like to mention there was a discussion earlier on about a traffic light and how, because of issues that went on after the fact, and they were able to link it to the developer and they got them to pay for the lights and stuff. So I'm thinking from this end here, these guys want to get I think the turn, by the way, in the driveway is a good thing in the right direction. My question is that as part of this permit for this developer's other buildings, as a condition, I think they should all be required to modify their driveway accordingly the same way. They're all linked properties and it's all tied to the same developer. So, you know, I think just like traffic lights and stuff where you can link the multiple developments done by this particular party should also have the same requirement reviewed for those facilities as well. I heard the question that was raised last time about footprint size. There wasn't really an answer other than this is as small as it can be. And I'm thinking, yes, it was over 200,000 square feet before. They did reduce it, but they never came in with a proposal that said, here's the facility we want to build that fits on this land, taking into account that 32 out of 59 acres is wetlands. It's got a protected species habitat in Massachusetts on there. They just don't want to put a footprint that fits the size of the land. They just expect the town and the residents to give them the waivers needed to put what they want for their business purposes and not what the residents want. The effort done by the folks running the Save Bartlett have over 1,600 signatures. That's 60% of the people in precinct 3, which includes Bartlett Street. It's over 15% of the entire voters registered in the town of Northborough saying, no, they don't want this. And I fail to see why the needs and the expressed desires of the residents of town are being outweighed by a non-town business when this does not do anything to help the residents out. All we get is a tax base, but at what cost? There are other better things we can do with the land. And I really would like to have the town not approve this process for those reasons. I mean, it's impacting habitat. I haven't heard anyone say what's being done to protect the protected species of the blue salamander. I mean, that's something they had to get a waiver for. They're destroying habitat. This idea of water runoff and contamination, and these kind of amphibians are very sensitive to any kind of changes to water quality. So I don't see either we're serious about protecting wetlands and habitat and endangered species, or we're not. And I sure don't see that we need another high bay facility. And particularly if we have Amazon, as you heard another resident say earlier, we don't know who's going to be in this thing. And so I just feel like we should reject this, and we should, as a town, look for other better uses that better serve the needs of the residents without the residents in the area having to be the ones sacrificing it. So that's what I have to say. So appreciate the opportunity to voice my thoughts and opinions.
Okay, great. Thanks, Manny. I'm glad you're able to call in. Okay, that looks to be about it, unless there's anybody else here. I don't see any other hands up, nor any other phone lines for that matter. So that will conclude public comments for now. I'm going to bring back to board members. Do you have any additional questions from here? Oh, let's see. I don't know if that was a question. I don't think I got it there. Okay, any questions from board members or comments? Amy.
My question is for Bob or Fred. When I go into the definitions for lot frontage, it says the vehicular access to a building on the site on the lot shall be exclusively through the frontage of the lot. And I know for this area, their frontage is 432 feet to the east, and there is a road and easement over the aqueduct. But how does that fall under our definition of lot frontage, where vehicular access to a building on the site has to be exclusively through the frontage, where this frontage on Bartlett is for a different parcel? Or are these parcels linked by an A&R or by a site perimeter plan? Or from what I can see online, they're two separate parcels. So that's for Fred or Bob. Fred, I mean, Bob, did you hear?
I don't have the maps in front of me, so I can't make a clear determination. But when they first came through, usually when I get a zoning interpretation form, first thing I do look at is lot area and frontage on the street.
Do you have anything to add, Fred? Because the definition on page 7.7 says it has to be exclusively through the frontage, and this isn't going through the frontage because their frontage has a vernal pool and wetlands on it. I was just wondering how the access got there. Did it have to be approved? Because it wasn't approved through us.
Oh, Fred, we can't hear you. Fred, you're on mute.
I guess I would defer to council, but it looks to me like they have frontage on Bartlett Street and then they have access over the aqueduct to get to the rest of their land in the back. So the lot is in existence, it has frontage, it has area, and it's connected to a viable piece of land that's buildable. So I don't see any problem with the way the bylaws being applied here.
But the frontage, like the site plan lists that it is 2 parcels, but they're 2 separate parcels. They aren't one site plan, perimeter plan. They're not one lot. They're 2 separate parcels.
As Fred mentioned, they're connected through the easement across the aqueduct there.
So are they going to be forever tied together? Is there
Additionally,
gonna be
I would
an-
also say that the Hayes G parcel was provided frontage through a lot in Marlboro, and that was approved and constructed.
I know that was before our time, though. And I didn't read that in the bylaw then. So this pertains to us. And I just wanted to know if those 2 lots, are they going to be tied together with an A&R so they stay together forever? Or,
An A&R doesn't combine lots, it subdivides lots.
right, but you can combine them too.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Yep.
What's before you is a site plan that
Right.
reflects a perimeter of the property that is presented for site plan approval. And if site plan approval is granted, then that's the configuration of the lot that's been approved by this board, and will need to be the configuration of the lot when an application for a building permit is submitted.
So those 2 lots will not be subdivided. They'll stay together.
They're not together to begin with.
Right, right. So that's why it leads to my question. Like, I've seen a perimeter plan where there were 3 parcels and they were combined. So the district boundaries went around all 3 parcels. These are 2 separate parcels. So the frontage is actually for the lot on Bartlett Street. The frontage for this particular warehouse is east. It's 432 feet east of here. And our bylaws say that the vehicular access to a building site shall go exclusively through the frontage. So this access is not going through the frontage of the lot, the 0 Bartlett. It's going through the frontage of the lot in front of it, the 7 acres or the 6 acres that was cut off of 301.
As Mr. Litchfield noted, they're connected through that easement across the aqueduct.
But I don't know if that's
Okay.
a legal connection.
Bob, Bob, are you able to access the plan and take a look? Or no, you don't have it on file?
I don't have it.
Carrie,
But in the GIS maps, you can see the 2 parcels.
Carrie, the
Yeah, go
lot,
ahead, Fred, go right ahead.
the lot in front of the building has ample frontage and area. That's part of the process. The additional land in the back is added to that. And so it's perfectly legitimate for them to utilize the property in the rear of the property, the portion of the property beyond the aqueduct to access the building. And then the parcel in the front could in fact be subdivided through an A&R later on, as long as the lots, both lots in existence met the bylaw. So they have a lot in the front. It's one big kind of a pie-shaped lot. They're using that as the frontage. They're using the easement over the aqueduct as access to get to the upland area in the back, which is perfectly legal and preferable as far as conservation is concerned, because the other frontage has significant wetland hurdles for them to get over and through. If in fact what Amy's suggesting is an A&R come by later, that would be up to them, provided whatever lots that they create on that smaller pie-shaped parcel in the front, whatever lots they create would have to meet the zoning of the bylaw along Bartlett Street at that time.
Does
Not
that answer your
sure.
question, Amy?
Not really. I mean, it does in a way. I can see where, but they're two separate parcels. So the frontage is for the front lot. I would think you'd need an easement or an access and I know that's what they're trying to build. But according to our bylaws, the access to the building shall be exclusively on the frontage of the lot. So I would think those two lots would have to be tied together with a perimeter plan to be able to use that frontage for the back lot.
They can't be tied together because the aqueduct separates them. They have an easement to get across the aqueduct. They have adequate frontage along Bartlett Street for the triangle-shaped parcel in the front. That provides the lot. And then the easement provides the access to the upland area in the back.
As two separate lots, can you sell one of the lots off? Like, could you sell one lot, the triangle lot, as a separate entity?
Yes.
I think once they have the easement, they can. But if it was owned by someone else right now, you wouldn't have access to the back.
Well, it's not owned by somebody else. It's owned by Gutierrez. If Gutierrez utilizes that frontage for a building permit, then it can't sell off the frontage for the lot and leave the lot with the building on it without frontage.
Does that answer your question, Amy? Or still no?
I guess somewhat. I'm not 100%, but.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board?
No.
All set.
Billy, Michelle? Amy, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay, let's see. So we don't need any additional information. What, is there anything else, any other information? Fred? Oh, you're on mute, Fred.
I would like to make sure that before the hearing gets closed, that you get feedback from the fire department on that driveway arrangement, if it's actually being proposed to be changed and the board's considering it, as I'm pretty sure the fire department would have strong exception if they couldn't get the truck around that island, because they will be coming from that western portion of Bartlett Street. So it's important to note, if that's part of the consideration, that the fire department be satisfied to access.
Okay, because otherwise it couldn't be, we can't have a condition. I guess we couldn't have a condition of approval. Because if they don't approve, then what? Oops, you're on mute again, Fred. Fred, we can't hear you. There you go.
If you have a condition that indicates the fire department needs to be satisfied, and the fire department's not satisfied with the alternate, they would have to go back to the original decision, the original driveway entrance. And if that's not acceptable to the board, it kind of puts you in a catch-22. So you need to get some feedback, have the arrangement. If you're considering it, you have to have that arrangement, get some feedback from the fire department before you were to close a hearing, so that any changes could be admitted.
Sure,
So
certainly.
from the applicant's viewpoint, if the sense of the board is that that is an improvement to the driveway, then we would need to resolve the issue about whether it's satisfactory with the fire chief. And you would then have to resolve, if he said it wasn't, what you were going to require the plan to be built by, because you're the board with jurisdiction, not the fire chief.
Correct.
But, you know, we can't end up in a quagmire by which you condition approval on an approval we can't get. That doesn't get us anywhere. So,
Right, right. Okay, any thoughts from board members on the driveway component? Is that a consideration that we would like to hear from the fire chief? Is it something that's not a consideration? Any thoughts on that?
I guess I'll give
Anthony?
my, I'll give my thoughts on that. So I think that just looking at it, just the new configuration, in my opinion, would lend it a situation where it would be more dangerous. I think you're going to have truck drivers coming in from Main Street and 290 who are using their GPS, who are going to arrive at that facility and not really understand how they're supposed to get in there. They're not likely going to go continue up Bartlett to go find a place to turn around. I think they're going to try to do some unnatural act to get inside of there, whether it was going into the exit area over the rumble strips, or actually trying to take that left and then backing up and forth and back and forth to get in to save 5 minutes or whatever to get into that facility. As well as I think leaving there and taking a left, I'd be really surprised if somebody, you know, wanted to get out that direction, wouldn't take the chance of taking that left or the right turn, I guess, out of there. And going over the rumble strip. And I don't think you could get away with putting curbs there. I truly believe that the fire chief is going to say he's not going to have access and he won't be able to make that left. And so it would have to be able to be something that would be nothing more than a rumble strip. And so that's my only opinions at the new configuration.
Okay. Millie, any thoughts from you?
No, it doesn't really change the overall census for me.
Okay. Amy, anything from you on is it a consideration or thoughts on the driveway?
I don't really have any thoughts.
Okay. Michelle, anything from you on the driveway piece of it?
Yeah, since I advocated for it, I think it's necessary. I think it will help funnel the traffic as we want it to be out towards 495 away from the center of the town. Since we have no other resources as far as, you know, directing that traffic, and anyone, it's, as we said before, it's the honor system as far as whether people are going to take the left or the right. At least maybe having some barrier there will not allow them to. I would think that any company that is going to have their drivers drop off and deliver things there is probably going to advise the drivers of the trucks that, you know, how they're going to enter through there. We've already been told that that could happen, how they would direct their deliveries to and from it. So I do think it's necessary. I think it's
so that you would want input.
I think it's an integral
So that
part.
you would want input from the, go ahead, sorry.
I just think it's an integral part of making a decision, because you're trying to get the traffic to go out and take a left and not a right. And this forces it. It's a physical barrier.
So you'd want to hear back from the fire chief.
Yeah, and if he says no, then we have to make a decision, right?
Okay. So then does it make sense for us to at least get that last piece of information back from the fire chief, so that we at least know what decision that we're looking at? Because if the fire chief says no, then we know that's off the table. And if he says yes, it's part of our, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but well, maybe I heard something different. And that's the difficulty of long meetings, is I thought I heard a majority of the board say the reconfiguration either was not a good idea or wasn't going to change their decision making. And if that's the case, then the fire chief's not going to affect the majority of the board. So there's no reason to go through that exercise.
Okay, fair point then. I guess then the better question is, does it impact your decision? Anthony, does that impact your decision?
No.
Okay, Millie, does it impact yours?
It did not.
Amy, does it impact yours?
I don't know. It's tricky. You know, because I guess not. I guess not. Because it's a rumble strip and it's not. I don't know. I guess not.
Okay. Michelle, it does impact your decision.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then in this case, it sounds like a majority of the board, it would not impact their decision. So I don't know if it's worthwhile to get that or not, and to continue the hearing for that if we don't need any other evidence, or if there's anything else. Is there any other outstanding information or evidence that the board is looking for and feels they have or don't have? I'm sorry, feels they don't have?
If I might, just for the edification of the board, during the course of public comment, we were able to exchange some emails, and we could agree to hours of operation of 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And Saturday, what was that, Saturdays?
Well, I'm sure we can figure that out without trying to do it with Mr. Lopez and I trying to exchange sign language or through this method. I assume it would be fewer hours during Saturdays and Sundays.
Oh, Sunday hours are operation on Sundays?
Since we don't have a user, I really don't know. I wouldn't think that there would be an operation on Sunday.
And I'm sorry, Saturday was
8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
a Saturday, 8 to 5. Okay. Okay. Is any other information required from board members? Okay. So in that case, I would entertain a motion to close the hearing. If we want to close the hearing.
Make a motion that we close the hearing for 0 Bartlett.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? Okay, I need to do a roll call. I'm sorry, actually, why don't, Anthony, I'm gonna say you do the second because we'll need that, just so for Kathy's benefit and the minutes benefit. And then roll call on that. So there's been a motion and made, the motion's been made and seconded to close the hearing. All in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, so the hearing has been closed. What I'm going to do while everybody's on here is I'm going to move on the agenda to the subdivision, and then we'll come back to our making our decision at the end of our meeting. And I lost my agenda, so please bear with me. So why don't we, in the interim, move on to the continued discussion regarding the preliminary subdivision for 0 Bartlett, if you want to present that.
I can just try to set it up as a preference, and then if you want, we can pull the plan up in front if you don't have it available. But
sure.
Just since Ms. Jubert's not here, a preliminary plan for an industrial subdivision is a requirement of general laws. So this meets that requirement for a preliminary plan. Your decision is not binding upon you, nor is it binding upon the applicant of an approval or denial, but it's really meant to try to give the applicant direction as if he elects to move forward and prepare a definitive subdivision plan of land so as to what needs to be here. So what is instructive is with regard to that is certainly the letter of Mr. Litchfield as to some of his comments, which we can talk about very briefly and relatively quickly. But with your permission, I'd ask Mr. Robinson to share the plan so at least everybody will know what we're talking about.
Sure, please do.
Can everyone see that?
Mm-hmm.
It just went,
There he
oh,
goes.
there you go, yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So basically this is what we're proposing. We have lot H1, which is the parcel H lot, H2, which is the remainder of that lot, B1, which is this small lot over here, and B2, which is this lot on the west of the proposed driveway. Next sheet, we're looking at a zoomed in view of the proposed subdivision driveway. It's been designed per the preliminary subdivision regulations. Basically a checklist you go through. You make sure that you meet all those regulations. And then finally, the third plan I'm showing here is just a sort of a conceptual utility and drainage layout. You have a utility corridor, very similar to the Parcel H project, running down here, and a small amount of drainage in here to a small basin that would be proposed here. That pretty much comprises the preliminary subdivision plans. They've been designed per the regulations of the town of Northborough. And I think that's it.
So Mr. Litchfield's letter made a couple of comments, which I can address in the interest of expediency. One dealt with the landscape island that you see in the center of the cul-de-sac, which is not consistent with your subdivision rules and regulations and would not be a preferred design. And that will be eliminated from the definitive subdivision plan. We can do that. There were a series of other requests for waivers that are incorporated into the plan. And the waivers really came from a place of recognition that while this constitutes a subdivision for the purposes of General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81L, to serve the purpose of dividing a parcel into two or more parcels and creating new frontage, it will be, for all intent and purposes, a private drive of sorts. And so we would expect that to the extent Mr. Litchfield's concern was town maintenance in the future, that if the board were to approve the plan, it would approve such with a condition of approval that the subdivision roadway not be submitted to town meeting for acceptance as a public way in any fashion, that it would perpetually remain a private way that the lot owners would be responsible to maintain. I'd be glad to answer any other questions the board has with regard to the preliminary plan.
Okay, any questions from the board? Amy?
I just have a small one. I might have more, but does this constitute any changes from back in August? Like, were there any changes to the original subdivision plan that we received?
No, none. These are the exact plans, as you can see here, stamped and dated July 8th, 2020. That's when they were submitted. Nothing's been changed since then.
Okay. And the road is what? It's 50 feet wide, where the road on the other plan is what, 24?
So this is a 50-foot right-of-way. The
Yeah.
right-of-way is the distance between the property lines. The paved roadway must fall within that 50-foot right-of-way. So you can see here the actual dimension from face of proposed curb to face of proposed curb is 26 feet wide, consistent with the town of Northborough rules and regulations for subdivisions.
Okay. Is that consistent with the one we just saw, or was that 24?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as.
On the parcel H on Bartlett Street, the other one.
That is not subject to the subdivision rules and regs and is 24 feet wide as recommended by the zoning bylaws of the town of Northborough.
Okay.
Oh, Fred, I'm sorry, did you have something?
I did. I just wanted to point out for Amy that what's presented here is a subdivision roadway, and what was presented on the previous site plan was a driveway. There are
Right.
significant difference, and the standards are as shown on this plan for subdivision and the other plan for driveway. They hold much different status.
Like we did a couple in the past where they have to have sidewalks and all sorts of things. Would this be the same?
this is a roadway and it does require provisions for sidewalks within the right of way. And so the driveway does not require provisions for a sidewalk. There's the
Right.
difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Amy?
I'm just reading the memo again because I was expecting new information the last two meetings. So I just want to go back and read the old memo that we received.
Okay, so anyone else have questions at this point? Anthony, is that you raising your hand?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
So just a couple questions. So on B1 is, and its list says 43,215 square feet. Does that, when you talk about that square feet, does that include is that after the setback or is that including the entire lot?
So the square footage of the lots refers to the entirety of the lot. The 20-foot, rear yard setback and the 40-foot side yard and the 40-foot front yard only refer to what the developable area or the building envelope of a building by right. So you are allowed to contain a building within this setbacks by right for a developable lot or a buildable lot. So the 43,215 square feet presented here as the square footage of lot B1 refers to this proposed lot line in bold at the outside of the lot and does not in any way take into account the building envelope, which is the location within the setbacks.
Okay, so, I mean, do you have what that would be, or I can do the math, I guess, but what the size would be?
I don't. That's not typically an area unless we're specifically requested to provide a building envelope. That's not an area that we would calculate. You can calculate it, but it's obviously less than 43,215 square feet.
Okay. And then this is the kind of a rehash of, I think, a previous meeting, but H2 was determined to be entirely not buildable.
From a practical standpoint, that is correct. H2 would not be buildable largely due to the existence of wetlands and conservation restriction land located on that particular lot.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay, anything from you, Millie?
No.
No. Michelle, anything from you?
Nope, all set.
Okay, I have oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, does someone have something? Amy?
It's Amy again. For lot B1 and B2, is the access way going to be from that subdivision road, or would their frontage be from Bartlett Street? Like, would there be two more curb cuts? Because could you access off of that road that's being built, the subdivision road? I can see how you could access off the circle at the top, but could they veer off? Can you veer off that subdivision road onto B1 or B2? Is that how you plan on accessing those lots?
I would say from an engineering perspective, you could either access it from this drive by peeling in this way, or you could create another curb cut to B2 here. B1's not a buildable lot.
It'll be dependent significantly on the use.
Correct.
So you said B1's not a buildable lot. You're not going to build anything on it?
I would defer to the applicant for that particular question.
That's undecided at the present time.
Correct.
Wait, but B1's unbuilt. I thought we just said it's not. You can't build on. It's unbuildable. Did I miss that?
I think that we've been talking about a couple of different lots. I think there was reference before to lot H2.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Does that answer your question, Amy?
Yeah, I guess it's unknown.
Okay. Does this require a new MWRA permit for the access way with a different project and all of that?
The,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Israel.
Yeah, so the geometry of the roadway is almost identical, if not identical, through the area of the aqueduct. So we would certainly, I mean, to the extent that it changed, we would amend the permit as necessary, but I'm not sure that one is required given the geometry of the roadway.
Okay. You know, or you're, I mean, I'm not to press you, but do you know for sure, or that's your assumption?
It's my assumption. I don't know for sure that that it's identical.
Okay, no problem. For the waivers that were requested, so what, is there a list of the waivers that were actually requested? I know they're referenced here. The applicant requested a number of waivers. I missed them for some reason in here. Is there somewhere in this packet that has a list of waivers?
There was a single sheet Word document with bullet pointed lists of waivers that was commented on by the town engineer. It was submitted as part of the package.
All right, I wonder, did anyone get those? Did I miss those?
I have 2 printouts and I don't have any bullets. I only have 2 pages.
The town certainly received them as they did issue comments on said waivers.
No, I see that for sure. I just, those waivers, I never think I saw. I'm just trying to make sure it wasn't.
I think there was a general statement that we.
Oh, I think I see it. I think I see it. Sorry. It's a list of waivers, and it's 2 bullets. It's like a long bullet and a short bullet up top. You got it?
Accurate.
Okay, so a waiver from the requirement to construct the subdivision roadway, including drainage, Okay, so it looks like I do have it. Got it. Okay, and then you could request additional waivers. Are there additional waivers planned?
Not at this time.
No, unless issues come arise during the course of preparation of a definitive plan. There's none proposed.
Harry, are the 2 waivers long? Could you read them? Because I don't have them.
I don't have them.
Okay. You don't happen to have it there, do you? You're probably easy to read. Oops, there we go. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
All right, that was a fast read for us. Did everyone get a chance to see that? The waivers?
No, I didn't. I saw the first sentence. I just started reading it.
I just stopped sharing. I just stopped sharing, so I think that you can share your screen now. If not, I can pull them up. I have them right on my screen here.
Oh yeah, if you could. I don't even have, I'm looking at the hard copy. I don't have it.
Amy,
1 second.
The booklet, the subdivision booklet?
It is in the booklet, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the booklet.
Okay, I'd have to go find the booklet. I just have the papers. The big drawings in the sheet from Fred.
All right, if you wouldn't mind, David, just pull it up one more time.
Give me 1 second here. Not sure why this isn't coming up. Okay, here we go. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. Shoot. There, can everyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Apologies.
Okay.
Yep, so this is exactly as you described. It's 2 bullet points. We're requesting a waiver from the requirement to construct the subdivision roadway, including drainage structures, basin, and appurtenant drainage piping, all utilities, including the sewer force main, fire hydrants, roadway, cul-de-sac bulbs, sidewalks, landscaped areas, site lighting, signage, and roadway paint striping as shown on the preliminary plan dated July 8th, 2020. The applicant will construct the subdivision roadway as shown on the plan submitted to the Town of Northville Planning Board entitled Parcel H Development, Bartlett Street, dated December 24, 2019, and revised through June 4th, 2020. The applicant reserves the right to request additional waivers during the review and permitting process.
Okay, so your waiver is to use the road that we just saw for the parcel H.
For the Parcel H project, correct. Not for the subdivision project. We're asking
Right.
to move that. driveway.
So you're asking for the waiver from the subdivision roadway to use the parcel H driveway? Am I confused?
What we're seeking to do is to construct, to design and construct the subdivision roadway rather than in accordance with the subdivision rules and regulations, more in accordance with the driveway design. Obviously, it still has to be designed with the cul-de-sac in some fashion, a bulb that has to all be finished in some fashion. But it's essentially, and I think a clear example might be in place. As Mr. Robinson had the plan up before, he showed you that the plan currently shows sidewalks on both sides of the cul-de-sac. There's no sidewalk proposed as part of the proposed site plan that you have before you with regard to Parcel H. We would like to design the subdivision plan without sidewalks. That would require a waiver from your subdivision rules and regulations.
Okay. So, and it looks like in our letter from DPW or Fred, is it you, Fred, or DPW? It's from Fred, but DPW has weighed in. They are not in favor of these waivers. Is that what Scott's saying, Fred?
No, what Scott's saying is he's not in favor of making the street public. So once you, if you were to agree to that, it doesn't matter. It's only going to serve the one lot. The DPW does not want to own and maintain a roadway to one facility that's privately owned and the only one who benefits from the driveway or the roadway. So.
Okay.
And that's reasonable and fine with the applicant as a condition of either approval of your preliminary plan. We'd expect it to be a specific condition of approval of the definitive plan, that the road would never be presented, for acceptance to town meeting by any lot owner.
But he's also not in favor of granting waivers associated with construction standards.
I think it's all I think it's all the same issue. Mr. Litchfield can speak to it more accurately, but I think the way it comes about is he's not in favor of any conditions or waivers if he's going to have to maintain it ultimately, or his department ultimately. If he's not going to have to maintain it, then I would suggest or think that his concerns of DPW would be mitigated.
That would be correct. The DPW director is concerned about future maintenance for the benefit of one building, and he's opposed to that. So any waivers that, if the roadway were to be made public, he would recommend not granting of any waivers. If there's not a condition that the roadway be left as a private way in perpetuity, he's fine with.
Okay. And in terms of not, yep. And for the cul-de-sac, not in favor of that either.
The bulb, are you talking about the bulb inside the cul-de-sac? The circle?
Well, the island shown within the cul-de-sac is not acceptable. So that would be taken out.
Right. Again, that goes to the same criteria as to whether or not the street's going to be made public. If the street's not going to be made public and that's clear and it's always going to be a private way, that island in the center doesn't matter to the DPW because they won't be responsible for maintaining it, for snow plowing, or for maintenance on the pavement. If it were to be an actual public road, he would be opposed.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, in reading through the general impact report, I found that a lot of answers weren't really given here, but in fact, the most common statement seemed to be no user has been identified from the site. So I thought that was, I realize there's nothing you can do about that, but some of that really made it difficult to kind of understand the impact without really knowing, again, who the user is. So I think that kind of missed the mark in terms of really expanding on what the true impact is over there.
Well, if I might,
in terms, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I think there might be some confusion between what the information requested and what the review is. The subdivision is limited to the creation of the way. Here, we're talking about it being a private way. The creation of the way creates the new frontage, which allows a property owner to divide his land, which is the requirement. What happens outside the way is subject to zoning requirements and other requirements for all development that goes forward. But they really are not connected in any fashion. It's a limited review for the purpose of creating or allowing a property owner to create new lot lines.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess even still, in terms of impact, let's see. You've listed a whole bunch of things of impact here that just doesn't seem to really give me a whole lot of information nonetheless. So I'm not sure what to make of that. But the other thing I just want to know, when you make the statement, you reserve the right to request additional waivers. I just want to know, because as you know, a waiver is not something the planning board has to give as part of subdivision. The waivers are not by right. So I'd like to know more about when you reserve the right to request additional waivers, what are those waivers exactly, so that we have a sense of what that looks like. Because if we're not going to grant waivers, it doesn't make a lot of sense to, we should probably figure that out as part of the preliminary so that we know, how to move forward.
Well, we don't anticipate any material waivers by way of example. I guess if that helps, we haven't, Mr. Robinson maybe can speak to it, but we haven't referred specifically to the requirement for the compacted level of the material in the road subbase as required under the subdivision rules and regulations. Whether that's consistent with the plan for the so-called driveway for parcel H, I don't know as I sit here right now, and we would reserve the right to be able to come in and ask for something of that nature. As you're, I'm sure, aware, your rules and regulations get into a fair amount of minutia as far as road construction, which is very, very important if it's going to be building a public way that in perpetuity is going to be the obligation of the taxpayers to maintain. But if it's going to be a private way, the importance comes out of it, but you still have to comb your way through all the subdivision rules and regulations once you've got the definitive plan. I think that's what Mr. Robinson meant by that saving language.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do. Because I think what Mark just said is that the subdivision roadway creates a private way and it's creating a frontage for the lots. Well, if lot H2 is unbuildable and B1 and B2 can be accessed from Bartlett Street, it sounds like the only frontage this is creating is for H1, which is the one I just questioned on Bartlett Street. Like, is this coming after the fact? Are we creating the frontage for the lot that we just closed the hearing on? I guess that's what stood out to me when you said we're creating a private way to create the frontage for the lots. And we were told that 2 of them are unbuildable and the 2 on the front can be accessed from the road. So if there's only one lot being created that needs frontage, I'm not sure why you would need a subdivision road.
Well, whether a lot is buildable is a different issue than whether it's a lot. And a property owner can desire to create lot lines. as he deems fit off of a subdivision roadway. It's not an issue of buildability in building a subdivision.
Right, but you were creating frontage.
That's what a subdivision does.
Right. So is it creating frontage for the last lot? That's what I was wondering. It sounds like you're creating frontage for a lot after you're asking us to approve the lot.
That's not accurate.
I guess that's just the way it came out. All right.
Any other questions or comments from Anthony?
I just, right now, I'm apprehensive because I don't fully understand what the master plan is for this. And I do fear opening a door for something that we may not know or want down the road. If there was more information in terms of what the end goal was here, I'd probably have a more higher comfort level.
Michelle, any thoughts from you?
No comments. Nope.
Millie, anything from you?
Yeah, I think I'm echoing a little bit of what Anthony's saying. I'm a little confused as to what we're doing here as far as it sounds like we put the cart before the horse a little bit. It sounds like we're requesting a waiver on a subdivision application without approval of the site plan on the same property. So I'm kind of not quite sure what the end goal is here.
Okay.
If it helps at all, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
I think it would benefit the board to think of the two petitions before you as wholly separate and distinct and different land uses for the property, and leave it to the applicant if it decides to conflate the two separate petitions into one in one fashion. So this should just be looked at only as a creation of a relatively short private way that creates additional frontage, which allows, by creating it, allows an applicant to divide its land as required by Massachusetts law.
Okay. All right. I think there seems to be, Amy, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, so there seems to be a general sense of apprehension across the board. I know personally, I think that some information is lacking here. I think if there are changes to the plan, if the island's going to be different, if they're, that the waivers are going to differ, or if Scott needs to take a different look at this, then this, where it stands now, does not look like adequate information to me. I think it sounds like the board would be looking for a little bit more comprehensive, or maybe especially if we're going to start talking about something different about that cul-de-sac. Sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. If we're looking at something different for that cul-de-sac, maybe that's something we would need to see and outlined a little more specifically than just. And also, I'd really like to know more if just in terms of that permit, if there's a subdivision road there, how does the current MWRA permit translate to a subdivision road? I'm not sure that it does. So
yeah, I
that's
just
another.
Sure, if I could just
yeah, go ahead.
actually revise what I said earlier, which is, and I was reminded by the waivers that we are seeking, which are to build the exact same roadway. And so from an MWRA standpoint, we would not need a new or any amendment to that, given that it would be the roadway that we've presented currently.
Okay, I'm just under the impression that an MWRA permit is for a specific project, and once that project opens and closes, then a new permit would be needed in that case. So if that's the wrong impression, that's fine, but that's my understanding of it. And then if there are different like utility uses or different light poles, I see there's a fire hydrant there. I don't know if that starts to play into those differences between what was there before. Was there a fire hydrant there? I thought I saw.
Well, what the waiver is saying, what the waiver is requesting is to build the road as we had presented it in the Parcel H plan, which is the plan that has been already approved by the MWRA. So the utilities would be the same as presented
Oh.
and approved.
Oh, I didn't catch a fire hydrant in the Parcel H plan.
There is a fire hydrant there.
It's located
Where the-
outside. It's located outside of the MWRA jurisdiction. So where that fire hydrant is located, if it's outside of their land and their jurisdiction, doesn't matter where it is as long as it's outside of their jurisdiction. Shouldn't affect the.
No, that's fine. No, I'm just wondering because it looks like it's right where you plan to put snow. So, but that's another story. All right. So I guess for me, I am not, well, how do other board members feel? Any comments on this? Our choices are approve with modifications, or disapprove.
Actually, Carrie, you have another choice, and the choice is to do nothing. There is no requirement for the board to make a decision on the preliminary plan. Then,
I think we have to do something by the 30th.
I don't believe so. In talking to the town planner earlier today, she wanted me to remind you that you can approve, you can disapprove, or you can make no action, and it doesn't affect the ability of the applicant to proceed. You're not actually approving. The only thing that gets approved is when the definitive plan is submitted. So it gives them some guidance as to how to propose the definitive plan, but that's all. This approving or disapproving of this preliminary plan doesn't preclude them from submitting the definitive plan, and it doesn't create the lots that they're seeking as part of the plan. It's just
Okay. Well, I'm just a little confused because Kathy did send me a text that that I either need to ask for an extension or I don't know what she means by this. So
We went to a class
if we had it.
on it. If you don't approve it, if the time runs out, it's an automatic approval. That's why we kept asking for extensions because it's an automatic approval if we let the time run out. So I think we should either approve it or disapprove it. But a couple weeks ago, I actually made a motion to deny it until we got more information, and then we were told we would get more information. But it's been like a month and we haven't gotten any more information. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to let the time run out because that's an automatic approval.
I believe Amy's referring to is her motion to deny was during the site plan public hearing, not the subdivision. And then the board decided to continue and give the applicant time to provide additional information, which you did get early this evening regarding traffic and snow storage. So that was on the site plan, not on the subdivision.
No, it was subdivision. We didn't close the other hearing, so I definitely didn't make any motions on Parcel H. When I was talking a couple weeks ago, we were talking about the subdivision plan, and I had mentioned that we kept continuing since July. And I thought that we should make a decision because if the time runs out by mistake, then it's an automatic approval. But I definitely never made any motions about Parcel H because that's totally separate and we never closed that meeting or hearing.
Okay, well, say we do have that option. Let's just say we have it. So we can approve, deny, approve with modifications, or let it linger. So is there any thoughts from the board on how you feel about this as currently in front of us?
I would not say that I would be comfortable approving it.
Okay, any other members? Anthony?
My gut tells I would rather close it out for now. I don't know what ramification that means for the applicant in terms of reapplying or coming back down the road. But I'd rather not have this linger until there's a more full plan, I guess.
Okay, Amy?
Yeah, I agree with Millie and Anthony.
Okay, Michelle?
I agree with the other board members.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion then to disapprove the subdivision, the preliminary subdivision for 0 Bartlett Street. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Anthony was the motion. Second?
Second.
Okay, Millie was the second. So this is a motion to disapprove the preliminary subdivision for 0 Bartlett Street. Roll call vote. Millie?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Okay, and Carrie's an aye. Okay, so that obviously sounds like it doesn't preclude a new discussion with new information, so that would be appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna, whoever's sharing, if you
Thank
just
you for your
stop sharing your
consideration.
screen. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to actually move you out of the panelist box so we can continue our meeting, and we will get to the decision as well. You're welcome to stay as our attendees. You're welcome to stay and listen, but I'm gonna change you out here. So thank you. Alrighty. Okay, so I have Bob, Fred, Anthony, Millie, Amy, Michelle. All right, so everybody's here. I want to make sure we have enough time for this. So why don't we go back to talking about the application for 0 Bartlett Street special permit for groundwater protection overlay district and the special permit site plan approval. So I'd like to open up the discussion for board members to deliberate, talk about the evidence that we heard, just share some thoughts on that, and just have a discussion over you know, what we think at this point. So if anyone wants to start with some initial thoughts.
I'll start. I think that they did a good job trying to present some of their plans and their permits. I'm still not sure that they meet the special permit criteria. I do think that there's a large amount of adverse effects for the scope of the project, and negative impact is a long-term one.
Any specifics that jump out at you?
The traffic.
Other thoughts from board members?
I'll go. So without even getting into the special permit criteria, there's so many things. And I think one of the board members said a while ago, this is like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, which I have to agree with. And there's just so many things here. There's the traffic increase just for this part or this component. And that doesn't even take into account 330 and 350, which is another 600 square feet of warehouse space, which we know now is Amazon. And we don't know what kind of facility they're going to be running out of there, whether it's parcel or some other method, but it's still, regardless, it's the traffic increase could be just incredible. The proximity to the high school and that road, Bartlett, being an access route from all the kids from Southborough, with trucks coming in and out, and now with multiple warehouses that'll be operating there. So just safety, the proximity to the Stirrup Brook, the wetlands area. This is also a mass priority, a habitat priority area. The Stirrup Brook feeds into the Assabet River, which is, according to the federal government, is a wild scenic river area. Hours of operation, well, now it's not 7 by 24, but 6 by 11 is so close to residential neighborhoods. We don't know who the tenant is and what kind of traffic they're going to be bringing in and out. I think that left turn would be much more dangerous than just letting people, or the right turn, I should say, coming out of the facility would be more dangerous either way. I really, truly don't believe if somebody was coming out of there, a truck driver wanted to turn right, he's going to go right over that rumble strip. And if somebody wanted to turn in left, they would figure out a way. As a matter of fact, backing up, going in and out would create another safety issue. I think, and just the outcry that we've seen from residents. I've been in town for years and years. I've never seen a petition probably get more than 200 people. This is over 1,600 people have expressed their concern about this. And it's not that, usually people complain about being, NIMBYs or not in my backyard. This has been all over town. 1,600 people is more than we get in an election cycle in this town. I live on the Shrewsbury side of Northborough. There's signs all over town. People have lawn signs, and they're all over where I live as well. So I don't think the traffic study gets into how the impact of these other facilities that have yet to open or start, have opened their doors yet, and how that's going to impact things. And it's also all over groundwater 3. I'm concerned about snow removal. I don't doubt that all the intent is there to manage the snow removal in that area, which again is a very, in wetlands, groundwater 3. This could be contaminated with all the trucks coming in and out. They're going to be plowing, and I truly don't believe that the management would be something that would be monitored over the next couple. Maybe it is for a year or two, but in 5 years from now, these plans will be long gone forgotten. So, and then, we can get into the special permit criteria, and there's a whole nother thing there. But those are my initial thoughts.
Okay. Amy, anything from you?
Sure. Anthony hit on a lot. So I first started looking at the groundwater protection overlay district, which is to protect, preserve, and maintain the existing and potential groundwater supply. And when I saw the snow removal, there's definitely going to be sand, salt, truck, and it's being all pushed. It's being pushed. It's going to be pushed into the wetlands. There's not enough space there. And also with the, it's going to be on the landscaping. It's going to kill the trees. I just feel like that site was maxed out. And even though they said they made it smaller, when Millie asked them last week, when you saw the master plan online, it was 80,000 square feet. So somehow their master plan online of 80,000 square feet went up to 150,000 square feet. And I was looking at all the different buffers, and there's just going to be so much that's going to be disturbed area. And also a portion of the parking area goes up the 100-foot buffer between residential and industrial actually goes over a portion of the parking, which stood out to me on how close it is to the residents. And I just feel this is such a critical area, close to the high school and close to the brook. And let's see what questions we had talked about. I just felt like there's not enough room for the proper snow removal, and I feel like it's all going to be pushed into the wetlands. And there was also supposed to be a buffer in front of the truck loading bays, but there isn't even enough room for that. So they said the buffer would be from the street out. But if those sites get sold off, then there's no buffer from the streets. And as we heard, the truck bays are in the front. With the 100-foot buffer going over the parking lot, it's very, very close to the residents. But I'm mostly concerned about the environment and the wetlands. I did look at all the other Gutierrez properties and their decisions and the GIS map. This was the only one I could find that was wholly on groundwater 3. This whole site was groundwater 3. When I looked at 301, the front isn't groundwater. It was only in the back. And when I have them all here, but the others weren't on a site that was all groundwater. And I'm just concerned. It's just, it was maxed out.
Mm-hmm.
And Millie asked if they would go down in size, and they don't seem interested in that. So those were my reasons.
Okay. Michelle, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I would probably just reiterate a lot of what the other board members said. I think from the beginning, when we started discussing this, we were looking for ways to mitigate the huge impact. I really think whatever you want to call it, which is a small distribution center, a medium distribution center, a large one, the storage center, whatever you're going to say, now that you're seeing the actual mature build out of that area is identical to the impact that we saw on the mall that went on the opposite side of the industrial area on Route 9, the Northborough Shopping Plaza. And I think at that time, the staff and town boards were able to do a great job at mitigating the huge impact that that was going to have to the community, from having the applicant pay for lights to improving roadways to the town actually walking away with a significant mitigation package that it's going to affect police and fire and the residents of the community. Unfortunately, from the time we started discussing this, when I brought up topics like, you know, how do we improve lighting down there for safety, to even now the turn going out the driveway, to, you know, can we get truck exclusions? You're consistently hearing from at a Board of Selectmen's meeting last night to other things where the answer is no, we can't mitigate it, no. So the impact is huge to the community. And it seems like the message coming from the staff on, you know, can police or DPW or whatever resources we have, they don't have the resources to help offset the impact to the neighborhoods and the roadways and safety. And so, you know, I think at this point, the way it's been presented to us, it's just the impact is too enormous for that area. And the town doesn't have the resources, or there isn't a mitigation package in place to help mitigate these huge impacts that are going to happen, whether it's to the environment or to the safety. And when we circle back and we talk about the environment, I think there was an extensive discussion with Fred the last time about, I know that this company probably prides itself in the people that they hired to manage their properties, but I mean, who goes and manages and looks at all those storm basins, and are they properly cleaned out, and are they submitting reports and things that the boards have had concerns over the years about? So like I said, if you don't have the resources there, either by the applicant putting them in place or through a mitigation package, or by the town saying that they have the resources, then it's just too much of a huge impact for that area at this point in time, the way it's presented to us.
Yeah, I was disappointed when they came back and, you know, Melanie, you had mentioned before, would you be willing to make this smaller? Because one of my big concerns is that it's really maxed out to the edges, so that, you know, even if you do have those great intentions for the snow removal or whatever buffers are needed, you're so confined to what you can do. And the point that I think I was trying to make at the hearing is, and I'm sure the snow operators worked at the best that they can, but when it's 3 o'clock in the morning, there's a giant storm. I don't think they're going to have this plan like, oops, we have 1,000 square feet in this little corner of the parking lot, and we've got to snow blow this really carefully, everybody. I just, you know, the level of oversight seems to be significant in order to make something this big work, because there's no wiggle room. There's not that extra space where you can say, look, we've got a whole section of the parking lot. If the whole thing, you know, fails, we can push it there and not have a problem. There's not even that wiggle room that that would have made me feel a little more comfortable about those kinds of things. There are a couple of other things that, you know, I thought that they did a great job, you know, coming back with some answers about the traffic, and I think I did really appreciate the effort that went into that. But I still go back to that that one day in time in October 2019, the traffic was monitored. The fact that now we are looking at what sounds to be parcel hubs as a background development, or whatever they would be. They're certainly not low intensity warehouse uses all around. So I don't think that traffic report ultimately gave us a good picture. They certainly were, you know, more than willing to come back with a lot of information, and I appreciate that. But when you do have a petition of 1,600 other people saying otherwise, you know, not that I don't find the traffic study, the people who did the study credible. The traffic study itself, I don't really find credible, because I don't think it really took a accurate snapshot of what's going on over there. And certainly with all of these truck bays, at least, 180 coming to life over there. I mean, to your point, Michelle, about if we had an overall picture, if we had a master plan in the beginning, like what sounds like happened with Northborough Crossing, where we could have had a mitigation package, not that it's not related to my decision, obviously, but it's just, I guess it's a statement of how unfortunate it rolled out that way. The things specifically that did concern me, I wanted to touch on a couple of things. In terms of the groundwater special permit, the loss of annual recharge to groundwater relies on good operations and maintenance. And what I had talked about before was a huge list of different things. All the things that require continuous inspection, all the things that are monthly, quarterly, semi-annually. And I think what we learned is reports come once a year. So if in the interim something's gone wrong, there's minimal enforcement abilities. We don't have the bandwidth, not because we don't have the expertise, but we don't have the bandwidth to go monitor these things. Amy, I think you brought up, going in and checking if things were clogged or, what's going on there. If there's something with the snow removal I think the continuous inspection items, it was deep sump catch basins, proprietary separators, surface infiltration ponds, outlet control structures, emergency spillways. It's a high level of operations, inspections, and maintenance activities that are required to avoid negative impact to groundwater. And we don't seem to have the ability to enforce it. And that component concerns me because we've seen, plenty of violations, I'm not specific to this project, but plenty of violations or things where, we've happened to catch it, but how much are we not catching? We don't know, and we can't ensure the safety of that, which concerns me. A couple things about the snow removal. I think with all of those truck bays, there's certainly, I imagine, quite a bit of de-icer, which is a chemical, potassium chloride going into the snow, which, so now we have, chemicals of de-icers, the sand, the oils from the trucks, any sort of fuel leakage, salt, all of that debris. And as I just expressed about the limited areas, I'm not confident the snow is gonna go in the right place, or who's gonna monitor that if it doesn't? What happens if it's there? Who comes and moves it? In terms of safety, the fire, that section where the fire truck goes down to the side of the building, if that's not snow plowed for whatever reason, I don't know what kind of recourse there is. We literally have no access to the entire length of the building on the back. So then to not be able to even get on the side would be a huge problem if there was snow there or nobody used the snow blower or is, obviously going off into that guardrail in the basin there. That really concerns me. Let's see. And just saying, I don't think the applicant felt the same way, but just looking at the DEP guidelines, there was commentary, and Fred did help to clarify it. But I'm still, I'm not comfortable or convinced that the snow isn't going to be plowed towards the areas protected. And thus, once that gets into the land, it goes into the groundwater, it goes into the river. Anthony just pointed out Stirrup Brook connects to Assabet. So there's a lot going on over there. It's disturbing 200 feet of riverfront. The land's made up of forested uplands, wetlands, Stirrup Brook, and priority habitat. Located in the Sudbury-Assabet Concord watershed. It's on the priority habitat for rare endangered species and areas protected by wetlands and by the Rivers Protection Act. So I want to make sure we do a good job, protecting our groundwater, protecting that area. The other thing was just in terms of part of the bylaws is, making sure that we, as part of the groundwater special permit, that we give consideration to the simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of the control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quality which would result if control measures failed. And based on the operation and maintenance schedule that's recorded in the plan with all of the monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, and continuous inspections, I don't think that that doesn't sound simple, reliable, and maybe even feasible in some instances. Let's see. There was a comment. Sorry, I just want to pull up the right thing. Just in terms of, just going back to snow for a second, any snow melt, road salt, sand, litter, and other pollutants that are transported into surface water or through the soil may eventually reach the groundwater. So that portion definitely concerns me. And again, just with it being maxed out in size, there's nowhere for anything to go. There's just not that wiggle room there. I realize we can't, if we don't know who the tenant is, there's nothing we can do. We can't base a decision on not having a tenant, but it certainly makes it difficult to judge whether or not the proposal adversely affects the quality or yield of an existing or potential water supply without really knowing the use. The tenant, obviously the use has been declared and it's an approved use and all of that. But just really some limited information there, I think, made it tough overall to make a informed decision in some regard when it came to the groundwater. In terms of the negative impact, looking at a 150,000 square foot warehouse built into the wetlands on priority habitat with a truck court of 33 or so truck bays and a parking lot for 150 cars, it appears incapable of operating without negatively impacting the groundwater supply. I don't know how it wouldn't. Even with whatever's in place here, I don't think the benefits outweigh the risks or the adverse. There's just too many adverse impacts going on here. I realize that the Groundwater Advisory Committee recommended approval, but approval to me was based on the applicant adhering to all these, conditions in annual testing, and the town's going to need to be vigilant in order to enforce those conditions. And if we can't, then what? But now we're in this place where, I just listed out all of the land, all of the things that are there that we've now put in danger. And I think one thing we've heard before, and I think it's worth saying here, is that the use is approved, and I've read this to you before, but I think it applies here, is that uses approved in groundwater protection overlay districts should not require a high level of conditioning, engineering, and annual testing. The planning board should be confident that a proposed use is safe for the groundwater protection overlay district in and of itself, rather than being safe only if the operator or future operators run a model facility. And I just don't feel confident about that. So those are some of my initial thoughts. I've talked a long time, so I want to give everyone a chance to speak further or talk more about any of that, or what any other board member has said, if you want to expand on it or talk more. Any comments or thoughts? Millie, no? Amy, Michelle, Anthony?
No, I think I think everybody's said it all. I guess one of the things I want to touch on too was the safety for pedestrians. I didn't feel the easement, that the aqueduct is actually a public trail and walkway. And with the trucks going back and forth over that easement, I felt it wasn't safe for pedestrians. So I felt that was a nuisance and a serious hazard, along with everybody who lives there in the neighborhood.
And Carrie, I agree with you in last and final summarization where you talked about, just overall, we've been talking about this for several months. It basically goes down to the enforcement issues. I think the board overall just didn't have the confidence that the town was able to enforce, some of the issues that we talked about. And wherever we discussed or came up with a solution, it was a sort of a roadblock or unable to do it. And I think it just goes back to that whole thing about not able to mitigate it and having an issue with not having the resources to enforce it and who does it, and building a certain level of confidence in the community that it'll be handled. I think that's why at this time, it just doesn't look like it's a good fit.
I agree.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
too maxed out. I mean, with snow disposal, it says select sites located in upland locations that are not likely to impact sensitive environmental resources first, but it's so built out that it's surrounded by sensitive environmental resources. I just felt it was just too maxed out for that site.
Okay. Any other points to make? I think I want to make sure we have time, but not rush it either if we have any additional thoughts or points to make. Okay, then why don't we, well, first we need to vote. Would anyone like to make a motion to, well, why don't we, first we need to vote on the special permit for groundwater 3. So why don't we look at that as our first component? And for that, I want to talk just a little bit about the criteria for a groundwater 3 special permit. And so if you have your bylaws book, or would it be helpful if I pulled it up, or does everybody have theirs?
I got it.
I got it.
Big one. Yep.
Okay. So the first criteria is that it meets the purpose intent of this chapter and will not derogate from the purpose of the Groundwater Protection Overlay District. And the purpose of the district is listed on 755. Oh, sorry, I'm still in the yellow book. I don't know if it's the same pages, but you can see at the very beginning of the chapter is the purpose of the district. Protect, preserve, and maintain existing and potential groundwater supply and groundwater recharge areas within known aquifers of the town. Preserve and protect present and potential sources of water supply for public health and safety. To conserve natural resources of the town. Any thoughts on this? It sounds like the conversation.
Right. I don't think it would protect, preserve, and maintain the groundwater supplies.
In terms of recharges, I think, as I mentioned, I think it relies on good operations and maintenance and, the ability to make sure that that's actually occurring. I don't think we have.
And I think with the snow removal, I think there's no room. And the chemicals and the salts will end up in the recharge retention basins and in the wetlands and on the habitat wildlife behind the building.
Yeah, I think if it's something, once it starts to go into the soil, or especially in Stirrup Brook, it's going right into the water. It's going right into the ground. And there's a lot there. We don't know what the trucks will even have in them. Even if we have, they obviously disclose what's stored on site. Well, I don't know to what extent we know what's in the trucks, or, not that I expect hazardous materials to be delivered, but how do we even know? It seems like that's something we're not going to get a list of what they're transporting. So if that spills or something happens there, I don't think we have any ability to be on top of that. In terms of conserving the natural resources of the town, this area seems like one of the most sensitive areas that we have for all the reasons that we just talked about. I don't think this can serve the natural resources of the town. With that said, I think there are things you can do, but I just don't think they were done in this proposed plan. Again, to max out to the edges doesn't make it so. It doesn't seem to me, if you're going to max it out, you haven't, done. I'm not sure that was the intent of the project, to conserve the natural resources in what was presented. So I don't believe that the project did that. Any other thoughts on this one?
I disagree. It doesn't meet that. I agree with that.
Okay, so we mentioned the level of operations and maintenance and inspection required. Will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality or reduce existing recharge capacity beyond that allowed per this chapter. Any thoughts? Oh, Anthony, are we missing you? Hold on a second. Oh, Anthony, you still there?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, just want to make sure. Okay. Yep. Any thoughts on number 2?
So I don't think this application meets any of this criteria.
Okay, for the reasons we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. So likewise, will not adversely affect the quality or yield of an existing or potential water supply. You don't think it meets that as well?
Right.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or thoughts on the groundwater 3 special permit? In terms of what we just listed?
Nope. Should I make a motion on this? Are we going to go down each? Are we going to go through groundwater and then the others individually, or do you?
Yeah. Why don't we do 3, 1, and then special permit with site plan review. Does that make sense? And then we'll go down we'll look at the general criteria for special permit with site plan review. Because I think members had concerns about that as well that I want to put on the record, part of the decision. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I'll make a motion.
If there's any further, yeah, you can make a motion. We can further discuss after if we need to.
Sure. I make a motion that we deny the groundwater special permit in groundwater 3 for parcel H development, Bartlett Street, map 51, lot 3, map 66, lot 16.
So moved.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, and why don't we, just to be sure, Amy?
Sure.
Why don't, can I make, could I entertain an amendment to the motion to deny the special permit for groundwater 3 for all the reasons, for all the reasons discussed by the board, for all the reasons presented by the board?
Sure, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor to the amendment, Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Aye.
Michelle? Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. So the new motion is to deny the groundwater 3 special permit for 0 Bartlett for including all of the reasons discussed, for all the reasons presented by the board. So this is the motion has been the amended motion has been made and seconded. That's the motion on the floor. Does that sound right to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the new amendment. That's what we're voting on. It's still a denial. So voting aye is a voting yes for the denial. If that's confusing, let me know. Okay. All right, great. So I'm going to do a roll call vote on that. Millie?
Aye.
Amy? Michelle?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. The groundwater 1 special permit, I guess it's a somewhat of a moot point, but I think we need to vote on it just to close it out. In this case, I suppose the extension of groundwater 3 was not granted, so there is no extension to be offered for groundwater 1. So I think likewise, it would not qualify for the same reasons that it did not in groundwater 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take a motion to deny the groundwater 1 special permit for all the reasons the board discussed, and that the groundwater 3 the groundwater 3 has been denied, so that groundwater 1 would be moot at this point.
You have to say the site though, right?
I'm sorry.
This is part of the motion, right? Just to make it official. We all know what site it is, but.
Yeah. All right, Amy, do you want to give the motion a shot?
I make a motion, we deny the special permit in groundwater 1 for parcel H development, Bartlett Street, map 51, lot 3, map 66, lot 16, for all the reasons that we previously discussed.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. I need to take a roll call vote. So the motion is to deny groundwater 1. Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Additionally, we have the special permit site plan approval. I'd like to further talk about the general special permit criteria as part of our decision. A lot of board members brought up specific concerns in this area. So I would like to look here, as with, we discussed with the other permit when the decision criteria, oops, I'm sorry guys, I'm on the wrong page. Oops, here we go. Okay, so let's see. We have, nope, that's not the decision criteria. This is a decision criteria. Okay, so in looking at any special permit criteria, including what we just discussed with groundwater, we're looking at the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town or neighborhood. We had just determined that for the groundwater 3 special permits that the adverse effects did outweigh the beneficial impacts. Now we'll take a look at the general special permit criteria and just talk about that a little bit. There are things we already covered if we want to talk about anything more. Starting with the proposals in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan and other plans approved or amended from time to time by the Northborough Planning Board and with the purposes of this bylaw. Any thoughts on that? Or I'll just list them. I guess we'll go one by one.
Does it make, did you read the top paragraph here, C? Because it
Sure.
really kind of ties into what this is all about.
Sure. So special permit shall be granted by a special permit granting authority only upon its written determination that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town or the neighborhood in view of the particular characteristics of the site and the proposal in relation to that site. In addition to any specific factors that may be set forth elsewhere in this bylaw, the determination shall include consideration of each of the following. So we're number one is the proposal in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan and other plans approved or amended from time to time and with the purposes of this bylaw.
I just went down 2, 3, and 4. And the proposed use is not an appropriate location as developed. It was, you know, it will not adversely affect the neighborhood. I think it will. And there'll be serious hazard to vehicles and pedestrians. Those are my 3 that I focused on.
Yeah, I think, Anthony, you brought up before in your points, you were talking about the hazard when we talked before about the vehicles or the serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. Anything you want to speak to about that or mention further?
Well, no, I think those are the 3 that I had highlighted as well. The proposed site is not appropriate location for such use. And I think specifically there's many reasons. There's environmental factors, there's habitat priority, there's the proximity to the high school, proximity to the residential areas, specifically Bartlett, Jenkins, and Stirrup Brook, and other neighborhoods. And then I think the use as developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. I think we've all discussed many reasons why that would adversely, and traffic being one of those. There will be no nuisance or serious hazard of vehicles or pedestrians. I think the nuisance is already apparent in that area, whether it's noise late at night, early in the morning. And again, these operational hours from 6 to 11, there's going to be noise, especially at the proximity of the residential neighborhoods, traffic safety going in and out of the facility itself and how they actually access it. And if there were pedestrians on the street, yeah, they would be a concern. So that was, those are all the areas that I would highlight.
You know, I got a sense from the board over time that the traffic plan didn't fit with us for whatever reason. We kept asking to hear more or get more of a range or get more information. It never seemed like we were, as a board, fully comfortable with that traffic plan. And again, I don't mean to say that I don't find the consultant credible, but I didn't find the report credible for a lot of different reasons. And, you know, not just hearing from, you know, we had the petition of 1,600 residents, or the 43 letters that came in, you know, all, you know, various complaints, very predominantly about traffic. But just in general, that to have that one snapshot in time and to not really get a full picture of the intensity or knowing, you know, who's the tenant. It could be a parcel hub, which was 1,100 trips a day, or it could be a warehouse at 280 trips a day. So that's really hard to make an intelligent decision or a well-informed decision when that's such a big range to kind of, you know, really understand what's going on there. So I don't feel like we ever got the information. Then maybe it just doesn't exist now with COVID. You know, maybe we could never, you know, it's going to take a long time to figure that out. But I never felt like we got a traffic study that gave us that confidence that we felt like it was credible, at least in the report. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on the traffic report we looked at.
I mean, I think one of the things that was brought up in the traffic report is that it's difficult to do an accurate assessment without knowing what the use is, because that is really what's heavily tied to the traffic. So what they did was they did sort of extrapolate from the building what the use could be. And I think that there was a range. You know, some things were eliminated, but I do think that in the report it says a number of times that that the data points are only as good as what you've used for, you know, for your information. And if you don't have that information, it makes it difficult.
Any other comments on this? So in terms of,
And Carrie, I think
you know, the general,
just with your traffic report, when you looked at the numerous responses from the residents who are around there, I think it was reality versus perception, right? So the traffic report said one thing, but then the residents would say, but in reality, this is what we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there was a little bit of a conflict of that. And that maybe comes back with what you said, is that one snapshot was on one day, but then here are people who live there, you know, 24/7, many years, and they see something different, right? So I think that's where maybe your confidence level gets a little bit diminished, because you have this overwhelming majority of people who are writing in saying, but I'm seeing something different, or I know something different.
and I bet that's, yeah, and I bet that's not uncommon. Residents are always going to perceive it to be one thing, and you know, then the traffic report may be they say something else. But to your point, the volume of people that felt that way, and to Anthony's point, during the hearing that, or afterwards, I can't remember if you just said it recently, that not just in that area, people all, you know, across the town, and there was a wide swath of residents. I think the volume alone really spoke to that, versus just, you know, that inevitable argument between what residents would perceive it versus what the traffic study may say.
Right.
You
And
know,
I think the other thing
I
in mind just is that when you have such a significant impact, you know, you look for how you're going to improve your infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
And then your infrastructure gives the residents the confidence that it can help with the growth. And that was never sort of planned out or presented, or other than that small little paragraph that said maybe you might need a traffic light down by Lyman. You know,
yeah.
So I think you could have sort of flipped it and taken a little more proactive approach, that you know the impact is going to be significant. So here's how we're going to improve your infrastructure, because we know the impact it's going to have.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other comments on the criteria? I mean, obviously the site plan itself, without the special permit, is not, is no longer really a valid site plan without the special permit. In general, regarding the site plan, generally speaking about the site plan, I just want to take a quick look. You know, some of the things listed, even in our criteria, you know, regardless of the special permit, the groundwater special permit, which it does not have, 1 or 3, you know, there are certainly some things on here that I think could have been improved. As we mentioned, vehicular safety, pedestrian safety, improved access for the fire and emergency services. I was never comfortable with that fire plan. I realized the chief thought that was okay. That really concerned me, to be in a wooded area with lack of access to an entire side of the building like that. You know, obviously that's not my area of expertise, but it concerned me as a board member, thinking about, you know, the people nearby. If the warehouse were to go on, you know, light up on flames, it's right in the woods, and it's going right to the residents. So I was never comfortable with that fire plan. You know, I don't know if it's worth talking about anything really here. It's sort of a moot point, but just in terms of the site plan itself, I think there were quite a few things that could have been improved. Any other thoughts on that component of it? Okay, so in general, we have the last component, which is the special permit with site plan approval. So if there's a motion for that, would anyone like to make a motion with that and include all that's been discussed? And also for the reasons of, obviously, so it would be a motion for all the reasons discussed related to the special permit, the fact that the special permit groundwater 3 was denied, groundwater 1 was denied, the special permit no longer is valid, I guess I should say. I'm not sure the right wording. Kathy usually helps us out with that. Fred or Bob, do you know the right wording for that? If the site plan doesn't have the permits required, I guess it would be considered not valid.
I mean, there's still 3 separate votes. And each vote typically is taken on its own merit. You know, in terms of the validity of one versus another, it's a moot point.
So I should,
Okay, but
we deny the special permit with site plan. I think it's called, I don't have that thing in front of me. What was it called? Special permit site plan?
Special permit for site plan.
Okay, I make a motion, it's getting late. I make a motion, we deny the special permit with the site plan for the reasons that we stated before about the criteria. The proposed site was not an appropriate location for the use. The use as developed would affect the neighborhood, and there would be nuisance and serious hazard to vehicles and pedestrians. And I guess for the motion to deny should be for the site development plans for parcel H, Bartlett Street, map 51 lot 3 and map 66 lot 16. So I make a motion.
And also that it's not, and also that it doesn't have the required special permits to be a valid site plan.
Yeah. So we'll deny the special permit with site plan.
So is that part of your motion that it doesn't have the special permits required?
For the site plan? Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I guess the way it was written on our application, it was called special permit with site plan approval. So I thought I would call out that we wanted to deny the special permit and site plan approval. All in one fell swoop.
Okay, that's fine. So together, you're doing the denial together, special permit with site plan approval.
Yeah, because like Bob had said, there were 3 permits, right? We denied the groundwater 3, the groundwater 1, and now we'll deny the special permit site plan that was listed in the application.
Yep.
Okay. All right, for all the reasons we discussed.
For all the reasons.
And the lack of, and the lack of groundwater special permit.
Sure, yep.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so I'm gonna, Millie's a second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, so this is for the denial. Millie,
Aye.
Amy? Amy?
Aye. Can you hear me?
Michelle?
Aye.
Yeah, I got you. Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, so that closes that. We are running really late. So let's see. Is there any other business that we need to get to this evening?
I'll take an easy one. I'd like to nominate myself. I'd like to volunteer to be on the master plan implementation committee.
Oh, yes, that would be good to do. Okay. Any thoughts or discussion on that?
No, I think Amy would bring some great continuity to that from being on the master plan steering committee.
I would approve.
I'm okay.
Yep, Amy,
All right.
Amy and Michelle, you both did a great job back in the original master plan steering committee. So thank you. And Amy, I think you'd be a great choice for that, just to keep that continuity. That's great.
I do think I would like to ask the selectmen if we have to, but I do think we should be able to have an alternate, like say something happens and I can't make it, because a lot of the master plan falls to the planning board and the zoning. And I know that we had 2 members, but the selectmen decided we only needed 1. I think I'd like to ask them if we have to ask, or just propose at the first implementation committee hearing, that meeting, that we are allowed to have an alternate in case I can't make it, because we're all on the planning board. We all know the same zoning. I think anyone could step in at any time just to, you know, be a member of the group. I'm not asking for an extra member, but just for the opportunity, if I had to miss it, someone else could step in. And I know even with the master plan, they didn't make a big deal out of it. There were, I think Norm asked if he could have an alternate, and she was an alternate. So there were people who had alternates. I can't remember her name now, but so I don't think it would be a big deal. But I just do think, since zoning has such a big impact on the master plan, that we should have an alternate. We don't even have to pick an alternate. I think anyone could step up at any time.
Okay. So maybe we can just write a letter to the board and see if they'd be open to that.
And I
Go
do
ahead,
think,
Anthony.
you can go ahead, but I do think if you're going to have an alternate, that you should name the alternate versus just floating around whoever can make the meeting, because then you want to really give some consistency, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody want to be the alternate? Hey, no volunteers? Someone's got to do it.
All right. Well, we don't have to figure that out now.
I'll go to be the alternate, Amy, since you and I both sat on the master plan committee.
Okay.
So we'll do it that way. And
that sounds good.
Seems a little more consistent.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll send a memo to see if it's a reasonable solution in the event that Amy can't attend. And then anything else that we need to cover? I know it's late. I don't want to. Fred, did Kathy say anything about the RFQ?
She did. We have the responses, and she just wanted me to ask you if you had time to meet next week, if there was a time that you'd like to do a meeting with Kathy, Scott, and I to discuss the applications, and then set a date for an interview with whomever is chosen, or all, or one, or however many there are. The RFQ went out and said that we would have a decision and an award within 2 weeks from the submission, which was October 15th. So the guideline is that we would have a award by November 5th. So in order to keep at that schedule, next week would be good.
Okay, I will reach out to her for that. When is our next, do you happen to know? I know we can't meet on the 3rd. What did we decide our next meeting date is?
The 4th.
Oh, the 4th. Okay, so that's within that time frame. Sure, I'll reach out. I'll make myself available whenever it's convenient. So, okay, great. I'm going to skip the minutes unless I need them. Anything else, board members, for?
Well, I had to ask Michelle. We had that letter that we were going to write to the ZBA on 50 Southwest Cutoff. Michelle, is the ZBA going to have to continue because design review they're calling back on the 29th, and I think the ZBA meets on the 27th.
Yeah, I mean, that should be continued. We're still working with the applicant, and there's nothing final that they've given us that we would actually agree to. So, I mean, I think it's still, like I said, we have sometimes 3 or 4 meetings. So I don't think that you should make a decision or weigh in until you have like the advisory board that reports to you, which is a design review, submits something to you. And I don't think the ZBA is going to approve it without the design review finalizing it. We're just not even there yet.
Okay, I had some input, but I would rather hear from the design review. And I was hoping too that the ZBA would continue, knowing that it has to go back to the design review.
It sounds like Kathy anticipates that that it would be okay to wait till the November meeting to send the memo. So it sounds like
Yeah, I mean,
she's
our next,
anticipating it be continued.
yeah, I have down here, unless I'm wrong, I have down here our next design review committee is November 5th.
I watched the meeting last night just to listen, and I thought you guys were October 29th for the applicant, but then you were meeting with Judy Barrett, either on the 5th or the 10th.
Yeah, I'll check with that. But we've never really
Okay.
done that before, Amy, where we've, whether it's the planning board or the ZBA, has never really said, okay, we're going to approve it, even without hearing back from design review.
Right.
It's
And
the
you know where-
advisory committee on the site plan, right?
Yeah.
So,
And they can't vote on the whole plan, including the use, until they get the whole application. They would need the site plan.
well, assuming that, I mean, that's the way it's always been done. So, I mean, you can ask Bob and Fred to weigh in on it, but I'm assuming that's what the ZBA is going to do.
The ZBA can take or not take the recommendation, but it is past practice to, if the advisory board asks for an extension because applications are not complete, then that's generally what the ZBA does.
Okay. Yeah, because I definitely have some technical review input, but to the memo, but would wait if you feel confident that they're going to continue.
Okay. Okay, so that sounds like we can hold that. Amy, that works for you as well?
Yep, if everybody feels confident.
Okay, does everyone want to talk about bylaws for the next hour, or should we call it?
Actually, Kathy asked me to ask you if the board wanted to send a letter of recommendation to the Open Space Committee on the Open Space Plan. It's customary for the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, and I think the Zoning Board to send a letter of support. They're hoping to get a letter of support from the Planning Board.
Who's our open space? Anthony, are you our open space person?
I am.
Can you speak to the plan and just quickly highlight your general sense of endorsement?
Yes, I can't get into details at this moment of the night, but no, I think after, a thorough analysis of and working with the community and surveys, several of them, and the thoughtful input from the state and helping us out, Central Mass Planning. I think it's been thoroughly vetted, the plan, in terms of the long-term plan, and I would say I would fully endorse it as it stands.
I didn't see the very final one. I saw the back when the forum was a couple of weeks ago. I agree. I thought they did a great job. I thought Sarah Adams was great. We've obviously worked with her before. I thought they were really great about taking in resident input, some new things that were put in there, and it certainly seemed like they put it, like you said, a lot of thought and effort into it. Any other comments, or did anyone get to look at it or want a chance to look at it? Fred, when would an endorsement be due by?
Actually, Kathy said she would draft a letter if you voted to send a letter of recommendation. She would draft a letter for the chairman to sign. She also wanted me to let you know that the open space plan is on the Open Space Committee's webpage, on the town's website. It's all there.
Okay.
There's some
Is the board
specific.
comfortable?
Yeah, there's some specific language that needs to be in there from the planning board if you want to endorse approval of it. And she has that language. I don't have it with me, but she has that language and could prepare a memo for you to sign.
Okay. Are we comfortable with endorsing approval?
I am.
I am.
Okay, so can I get a motion to endorse approval of does she need the motion to be specific, Fred, or just the language in the letter?
Just the motion needs to recommend approval, and then she would draft the language and you would sign it as long as you're okay with it.
Okay, a motion to recommend approval of the open space plan.
I
So
second.
moved. You did.
Melanie, you seconded before he moved. Anthony's moved. So moved,
moved.
and Millie, you're a second. Okay, all in favor of Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, is there anything else Kathy has on your to-do list, Fred?
No, good night.
I just have one more
All right, great.
For the
All right,
implement,
so is there,
sorry,
oh, go ahead.
I just have one last thing with the implementation committee. Are we going to send a letter to the selectmen asking about the alternate, or how are we going to do that?
Well, I'll just put on the agenda next meeting, which is in a couple weeks, and we'll submit as the primary, and then we can send a letter that just asks if it's okay if we do an alternate.
Okay, because another thing I was thinking too, as you're the chair of the planning board, and the planning board and the zoning is a big part of the master plan and the master plan implementation, I was wondering if you would consider being part of the interview process. Would that be something worth asking? You know, because the selectmen are going to interview. Should the planning board also have someone on the board to interview?
Oh, sure, we can put that in the memo.
Talk about that at the next meeting, but I think when we went through the master plan, you know, it's under the purview of the planning board, but a lot of it has to do with the selectmen and the planning board. So I thought it would be a good idea to have the selectmen interview the person and you also be on this interview committee for the residents.
So is that something that we can talk about in a little more at our next meeting?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to throw it out there.
Okay. All right, great. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Millie?
Aye.
Amy? Michelle?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Carrie is an aye. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for staying late, and have a good night.
Good night.
Thank
Good night.
you.